Hello, hello, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to a lovely, lovely weekend stream. How y'all doing here on this Saturday? How's it going, Squeak363, Chunt, Uniquely K, Zizification, Voldemort, Do Not Put Me on Pizza, Hyrule 1989, Panthyron, Barbecued Brownies. Actually sounds pretty tasty. Spire, morning to you. Hey, Matt Warbuckle, Leet Nanas, Shlu, Ismail, Ravenok, Bonnie Bear, Blank Epilogue Page, G Harmonica, Reich, Wet Lotus. Hang in there, Hyrule. Yeah, that's the slated temperature here today too. 95 or about 35 degrees, 37 degrees Celsius, which is melt all the objects in the house territory. Spent my yesterday morning getting an AC unit put up in place, so I'll hopefully be able to survive, but the stream room itself is not air conditioned, so as this heat starts to set in, we may see, I might start to sweat under the pressure and the actual temperature. How's it going, Zonard Stark? Thanks for 34 months. Holiday night, tuning in from YouTube. Perfect time. I'm about to record for YouTube, so you've tuned in live for the YouTube content. How's it going, SMN? Yeah, mail trucks with no AC. Oof. Some lovely Dust Force jams here. But isn't the stream room the one that needs AC the most? Trust me, if I do that, you will all complain about how it sounds. That will never happen. How's it going, Hawkeye? Baylor's like the heat. Well, maybe not this one. Would sure like some of that fire resistance 30, though. I'm going to be jamming to the Dust Force OST during the record sesh here. What I've got in mind for us is sort of a breakdown / ranking of all of the bosses. Oh, jeez. Oops. Hold on. Perfect. Perfect. Quite difficult to rank the bosses by difficulty. I think that kind of creating some sort of linear difficulty scale for all of them would be very challenging, because it really is, Slay the Spire at its core, a very context-heavy game. So, to try to rank the bosses is to remove them from that context in some way. We could maybe get a little bit more accurate by ranking the bosses based on the class that you are, or even more specifically, like ranking deck archetype matchups versus each of the bosses. And that's really what I'm going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the move patterns of each of the bosses in Slay the Spire. Here, let me get this on screen here. I'm finishing my last little tweaks for my... for what I want this to look like. And I think this is going to be my intended loadout here. Kind of a tier maker style ranking. I've got at the top, I definitely need to align those a little bit more. Hold on. That looks better. And at the very top here, I've got a breakdown of the pattern of how the boss goes. So with each of the bosses, I'm going to bring up their move pattern up at the top. I know that's going to be a little small font to be readable for everybody if you're on a smaller screen, but we'll hopefully make that work pretty well. But that's the idea. I'm gonna go through each of the 10 bosses, talk about how their sort of strategy and moveset creates options for the player to counter them with certain cards, and we'll talk about how to beat each of them, how many options you have for doing so, and how difficult overall the boss makes that. I do want to do something similar for the other enemies of the Spire. Maybe a total enemies ranking minus the bosses. I figured just talking about the bosses will probably take me a good half hour to 45 minutes, so trying to do every enemy in Spire in one video, probably a little bit much. To keep it informative, we'll do just the bosses first. Hope that hats are an important factor in the rankings. Well, only the champ actually has a hat on. Now, video games would tell you that hoods are hats, but I would fundamentally disagree with that. They go in your head slot, but that doesn't make them a hat. Slime Boss has the best hat. I actually managed to miss Slime Boss's hat because the black background. I looked at him and I was like, oh, he's not wearing a hat. Clearly no hat on that guy. Well, hats off to the Shoveler for requesting a dad joke. That's what I think. Slime Boss has a hat. He sure does. Tiny little bowler hat. Can't really see it here, but there's definitely a bowler hat on the Slime Boss, which I feel like has to be a visual reference to something. Maybe just the crime. I think it's just for the crime boss pun. He's the slime boss wearing the hat of a crime boss. The slime boss, crime boss. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, before I actually... Yeah, see? What do these tiers actually mean? I guess we'll get into that as we go through. Basically, how easy is the boss to counter once you understand its mechanics? Is it possible to beat them by simply adjusting how you play your cards? Or do you need to make a lot of decisions in deck building and card drafting in order to be able to get past the boss? So I think that's kind of how I'm going to rank them, is how much of the boss's difficulty is based on the actual playing of cards within the fight, and how much of it is based on the deck building that you need to do beforehand. And I think a classic example of this is our very first boss, the Guardian. The Guardian is quintessentially seen as the easiest boss in Slay the Spire, but I think the truth is that the Guardian is, in many ways, the tutorial boss of Slay the Spire. The Guardian has a mechanic that is fairly straightforward, I tend to think. The defensive mode mechanic, they curl up into a ball, and you are penalized for playing attacks on the Guardian during this time. And the very basic approach then is block and don't attack during the defensive mode turns, wait for Guardian to open back up, and then hit it again. But if you don't know to do that, then the Guardian boss is going to give you a really hard time, actually. That's right, Guardian will always be the very first boss that you encounter on a fresh save, I believe. So Guardian is the first boss you'll face in Slay the Spire as a new player. And I'll definitely be talking, as we go through the video, Barbecued Brownies, a little bit about the Ascension difficulties. So you know, we've got at our intent breakdown up top here, some of the text is colored on that, and I put a legend there to help clarify that for the YouTube and everybody crowd. Red are changes that occur on Ascension 4. Blue are changes occurring on Ascension 9. That's the health upgrade. And purple is the big finale change to bosses at High Ascension, like when Beat of Death becomes 2. Ascension 19 fundamentally changes bosses. So I'll spend a little bit of time talking about how bosses are radically changed, perhaps, by this. Some bosses are very, very different with Ascension 19. Some bosses are almost the same, with the Guardian being a great example of a boss that barely changes with Ascension 19. Gains 1 more point of Sharp Hide and 5 more points of damage threshold. That's it. That's the only change for Ascension 19. Okay, I'm also going to take a quick break before we actually get started here. Got interrupted by a real-life thought right as stream booted up, so I need to address that for a couple of minutes. I also want to run to the bathroom, so I'll be back momentarily. BRB. Okay, thank you for that moment of patience while I squared a few things away there. Clean glasses, a fresh mind. Alrighty. So I'm just going to tweak down the music on my end slightly. Not on your end, just on my end. That I can hear myself think. Brilliant. Music might be a little bit too loud anyway. Let's tune it down a little bit then, in that case. For everybody, not just me. Perfect. How's it going, Sir Sixtail? Excuse me. Okay. I think we've faffed about enough here at the start of the stream. Let's actually get this thing recorded. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here, and today I want to talk about bosses. Not your boss at work, rather the bosses of Slay the Spire. Numbering only 10, actually. These bosses still create the most difficult challenges of any given run of Slay the Spire, and they're going to be your most challenging opponents on any given run with any character. You fight randomly one of 3 bosses each in Act 1, 2, and 3, and then usually I'm looking to always fight the Corrupt Heart in Act 4 as well. So a usual run for me of Slay the Spire counters 4 of these bosses on any given go. What we'll be doing here today is talking about each of the bosses, their strategy, how to counter what they do, and trying to rank them sort of as a breakdown of how challenging overall I find them personally. Starting with none other than the Guardian themselves. One thing here. The Guardian is the first sort of kind of, I think I would call it the tutorial boss of Slay the Spire. Guardian is the boss you'll face on your first run of a fresh save file. Seen at the end of Act 1, the Guardian is all about testing your block consistency and your endurance in a fight. So we've got a full breakdown of the stats of the bosses here at the top. You can see Ascension changes in red, blue, or purple, depending on the Ascension level that changes. So Guardian normally has 240 health, 250 on Ascension 9. And they don't get a whole lot of damage bonuses from Ascension. This is part of the reason that the Guardian gets a bit of a reputation as an easy boss in Slay the Spire. Note that those damage numbers barely change from Ascension 1 to Ascension 4, and then stay that way all the way up to Ascension 20. Particularly that 5x4 Whirlwind attack, unchanged by Ascension 4. The 8x2 attack where the Guardian exits defensive mode, also unchanged by Ascension levels. So this boss does nearly the same damage it does on Ascension 1 as on Ascension 20. And I think that makes the Guardian a fairly consistent early challenge, a test of the basic understanding of deck building in Slay the Spire. And so in order to If you're able to get past Guardian, you sort of have your fundamentals set for the rest of the game. And I think that makes the Guardian a very, very well-designed, I think, boss. I like the design of this enemy so much. To fully break it down, of course, we've seen it many times on stream before, but if you're new to Slay the Spire, you may not be familiar. The Guardian is all about having a sort of rotational attack pattern. It follows the order of charging up, which it does on turn 1 of the combat, blocking for 9, followed by the Fierce Bash attack for 32 or 36 damage. If you somehow survive that, it follows up with a debuff move and then goes into Whirlwind, but you'll almost never see that, because the whole point of the Guardian fight is dishing out enough damage. You need to do... It starts at 30 on base Ascension level, goes to 35 on Ascension 9, or 40 damage threshold, required to transform the Guardian from offensive mode to defensive mode. Every time you transform them, the Guardian increases that threshold by 10, so you have to do more and more damage each time to cause it to curl back up. Usually this isn't too much of a problem. Winning strategies against Guardian mean being able to block decently through those defensive mode turns, and then attack the Guardian while it is standing. for full damage. Making sure that you can do about 50 damage in 2 turns is usually what you need to be able to do to get the Guardian to curl back up. This boss is particularly vulnerable, so and we're going to talk about a little bit the specific strategies that each class can use against all of the bosses. So let's talk strategies for each character against this boss. Ironclad likes cards like Shrug It Off and True Grit. True Grit can get rid of attacks to make sure you're consistently drawing blocks against the Guardian. Silent likes stuff like Poison. Poison cards that deal damage over time are very, very helpful against this boss, as it tends to be a fairly long fight. Good blocks like Backflip and Dodge and Roll work well as well. Defect loves Frost Orbs against Guardian. The passive block every turn is super duper helpful. Damage can come from orbs as well. Lightning orbs are very useful because they'll deal damage to the Guardian during the defensive mode turns without having to suffer the return damage of those spiked thorns. And the Watcher likes being able to have cards with retain, stuff like Sands of Time, Flying Sleeves, Carve Reality, or Deceive Reality. That way you can draw offensive cards on those defensive mode turns and wait until it is safe to attack again before playing them all. It's also possible to win the Guardian fight by sheer brute force. If you can just do 250 damage quickly enough without blocking at all, then you can win the fight that way, but it's absolutely one of the harder ways to win the fight. I find it cool that you can usually beat a boss either by cleverly countering its gimmick or by inefficiently overwhelming it with power. Both ways are pretty valid. Overall, I'm going to give Guardian a nice plop into our easiest tier here, the nice and easy ranking. Why? Because the Guardian is a fairly manageable boss. The questions that the Guardian asks of you aren't too difficult to answer with the cards that you're presented in Act 1, and just about every character's starting deck matches up quite nicely against the Guardian. So there's not a whole lot of card additions required to be prepared for Guardian. The real big thing to watch out for with Guardian is that turn 2, that Fierce Bash. Again, hitting for 32 or 36 damage, depending on your Ascension level. Good way to make sure that you can handle the Guardian is to ensure that your health is above the threshold of that Fierce Bash attack. So if you're below, say, 32 health, resting before the Guardian might be a good idea. Our next Act 1 box, the Hexaghost. Hexaghost is a very, very different boss from the Guardian in a lot of ways. I would call Hexaghost a damage race. Hexaghost has 250 or 264 health. I like those that base 6 number there. And has one of the more complicated patterns. In general, the bosses of Slay the Spire have very complicated AI patterns compared to most of the enemies. Hexaghost is certainly a big example of that. Hexaghost starts with a Divider attack on turn 2 that deals damage based on the current health that you have. The exact formula is your health divided by 12, rounded down, and then plus 1. So if you have between 0 and 11 health, it does 1 times 6. Between 12 and 23 health, 2 by 6. Between 24 and 35 health, it's a 3 by 6. So on and so forth. The more health you have, the more damage it does, all the way up to, 12 times 6 if you've got over 100 health. And then after that, Hexaghost follows a specific attack pattern. Sear, Tackle, let's list it up here. Sear, Tackle, Sear, Inflame, Tackle, Sear, Inferno. All told, it's on turn 9 that Hexaghost uses Inferno. Prior to that, it's going to be minor attacks for 6 damage or 6 times 2. Or not a lot of damage total, something like 30-ish total attack damage between the Divider and the Inferno. And what that means is that Hexaghost really doesn't require you to generate a lot of block. Just a token amount of health, somewhere in the 10 to 30 range, is usually what I feel comfortable with going into the Hexaghost fight. Because of this Divider move, Hexaghost almost actively punishes any attempt to rest before the fight. And it's usually better to upgrade a card to deal damage to the boss. The attacks that the Ghost uses, the Seer move, specifically add burns to your discard pile, and on Ascension 19 that doubles to 2 burns, which is when Hexaghost really starts to get scary, is on Ascension 19 and above. The longer this fight goes on, the more burns accumulate, and Hexaghost has this nice little distinction of being able to upgrade all of the burns when Inferno activates. That Inferno move causes each burn to do 4 damage to you, assuming you survive the 6x6 damage it deals up front. Ultimately, all of this means that the longer the fight goes on, the better Hexaghost performs in the fight. So the easiest and simplest way to beat Hexaghost is simply to deal that 264 damage in 9 turns. There's a number of ways to do this. Ironclad loves to bop Hexaghost down with a little bit of strength. You can even Inflames are very good. Spot weakness works really well against Hexaghost also, since Hexaghost frequently attacks. So highly recommend strength sources for Ironclad. Making sure you can apply Vulnerable to Ghost to keep your attacks hitting hard is also important. For Silence, Poison and Thorns are the way to victory here. Poison's damage per turn, particularly Bouncing Flask, is excellent at being able to deal enough damage. Caltrops work pretty well also, being able to hit the Hexaghost back for each of those 6 attacks that it sends your way. On Defect, Lightning Orbs are essential. That damage per turn is huge, and you want to multiply that if possible, either by getting Focus or by getting a lock-on card that can amplify the damage. Any sort of scaling or persistently powerful attack will work pretty well too. Streamline, since you're going to be able to play it a few times. Claw to do escalating damage. These are all pretty nice ways for Defect to get the required damage. Watcher doesn't usually have as much trouble against Hexaghost. The big thing to watch out for is avoiding being hit by Tackled or Divider when in Wrath stance, as these attacks do enough damage when doubled to be a serious threat to the Watcher. So Watcher is usually about making sure you're able to get into Wrath on the right turn. For this, I really recommend something like a Crescendo or Simmering Fury, or just a second Wrath card in general. Cards like Empty Fist or Empty Mind or Empty Body that can give you access to a way out of Wrath. And of course, adding additional damage with something like Crush Joints is also highly recommended. It's possible to survive the Hexaghost by blocking, but of basically all of the fights in the game, this is the one where defensive strategies are least effective. Trying to lower Hexaghost's strength, trying to accumulate block, all of these things tend to be crushed under the weight of 1,000 burns. When you're unable to draw any more cards, you really can't do much. You can try exhausting the burns with something like True Grit or Second Wind on Ironclad, Recycle on Defects, but it's very difficult to keep up with the rate at which Hexaghost adds them, and Hexaghost's gradually increasing strength will still prove a problem in this case. Only if you can destroy the status cards and counter the strength gain of the boss is it really effective to block against Hexaghost. I've seen that maybe one time. It was Inserter plus Consume on Defect with a medical kit. I don't think that ever really naturally happens much, so blocking against Hexaghost almost always a losing strategy. That said, because Hexaghost doesn't require you to have a lot of health to win, you usually are able to upgrade a card before this boss. And if you've been aggressively picking damage in Act 1, I find Hexaghost is challenging but manageable, usually. A lot more challenging for Silent in particular, who really does have the lowest starting damage of all the characters, and less options for dealing with the Ghost. But as long as you see 1 or 2 decent poison cards, you'll really have no problem if you pick them and play them. So we'll put Hexaghost in the yellow tier for this reason. Don't often die to Hexaghost, but absolutely does get me occasionally. All the bosses in Slay the Spire do. So even the ones that are quote-unquote easy are able to get victories now and then. Our third boss, the Slime Boss. Slime Boss is a very straightforward fight, at least initially, but you find yourself outnumbered rather swiftly. Slime Boss has the lowest initial health of all bosses, and takes his time actually doing anything. On turn 1, the Slime Boss adds a whole bunch of slime to your discard pile. You won't draw these for a while, so it is really not immediately threatening at all. And then on turn 2, the Slime Boss skips his turn. So Slime Boss requires that you do nothing on turn 1 or on turn 2. However, on turn 3, you're going to get crushed. And the only way to avoid getting crushed is to split the Slime Boss in 2 by dealing half of their maximum health. And this, I would say, creates a split in strategies for the Slime Boss. You have one of two options. Either you deal 75 damage in 3 turns in order to prevent yourself from getting crushed, or you somehow block for 38, or some fraction thereof. Weaken really helps in this regard. Applying Weak to Slime Boss brings 38 all the way down to 28, a 10 damage reduction, which is a lot more manageable to block. If you do block the Slime Crush, you're going to get more Slimed added to your deck the turn after, so you really have to be able to capitalize on those extra turns. One of my favorite ways to do this, the Relic Stone Calendar, dealing a whole bunch of damage on turn 7. If you block the first Slime Crush, then you can wait until the Stone Calendar is ready to go off before splitting the Slime Boss in 2, basically. Slime Boss is ultimately a question of how much damage you can deal. Every time the Slime Boss reaches half health, it splits into a smaller slime, and those two, one big gray acid slime and one big gray spike slime, green acid slime. And those will also split into 2 medium slimes when they themselves reach half health. When they split, they create 2 copies, each with the same health as the original creature. So when the split occurs, essentially the health that is remaining gets doubled. Therefore, the more damage you do prior to the split, the less health is getting doubled, and the more effective damage you've done. That makes the easiest way by far to deal with Slime Boss. Just deal 150 damage up front and kill it instantly. Now, Ironclad can do that with enough strength gain. Very, very difficult for Silent to do. Silent struggles with Slime Boss extremely greatly because she has comparatively few tools in her kit to prepare for Slime Boss. Silent versus Slime Boss, a very, very challenging matchup. It just is such that the combination of the slimes added to your discard pile, the relatively low damage of the Silence, and the debuffs that the 2 resulting slimes can inflict upon you really weigh her down more than most. Dealing with Slime Boss requires getting some, well, it doesn't require, but may be a lot easier if you've got a good sort of area damage. If you have cards that can apply damage to multiple creatures. For Silent, I'm usually keeping my eyes out for cards like Dagger Spray, All Out Attack, Die, Noxious Fumes in particular, as it applies poison to everybody every turn. Things that apply debuffs to the Slime Boss are usually pretty ineffective, so Poison and Vulnerable are out here, because if the Slime Boss splits in 2, the debuffs are removed. Defect here loves Dark Orbs in particular. Since you get lots of free turns, you can charge those orbs up to a very big number and then evoke for massive damage. Lightning Orbs are okay, especially if you've got Electrodynamics. And the card Sunder does a really good job of blopping the small slimes once you've split them in 2 a couple of times. Watcher has very, very little difficulty with Slime Boss because you're able to interrupt the slime's attacks by bringing them below half HP, and if you use Wrath Stance to double your attack damage, you can ignore the downside of Wrath Stance by simply splitting the slimes in 2 repeatedly. It's fairly easy for Watcher to just crush the Slime Boss into a pile of goo with upfront offense, no problem. All things considered, for most classes, I'd say Slime Boss falls into consistently very challenging. Powers are particularly effective in this fight, no matter the character. Powers are not going to be affected as much by the debuffs. Combust on Ironclad can be a really nice way to get past the slime boss. I also recommend Evolve or Feel No Pain. Both of those will help you with the added status cards. Any orb power on defect's going to be really helpful too. Orbs provide passive per turn bonuses. And the slime boss, those slimes clogging your hand aren't a problem if most of your per turn benefit comes from your orbs. Fire breathing also a very good one on Ironclad. I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there are some cards that solve this fight really nicely, but are kind of undesirable for other parts of the game. I think Fire breathing is a good example of that. 1,000 Cuts on Silent, very good against this enemy, not very good in many other situations. That's okay. Sweeping Beam on Defect is a pretty good card for this fight, but not that great for many other situations. Not Carve Reality. Battle Hymn. The one that generates a smite every turn on Watcher. Very good in this fight. I think Battle Hymn's nice on Watcher in general, but it tends to be a bit slow. But very, very good against the slime boss. So that's the Act 1 bosses. I think that feels like a correct ranking to me. Slime boss, most difficult, hexaghost medium, Guardian the easiest. I would say that tends to fall along the lines of fairly average for me. And that's more of a representation of like, what is the chance? What is the percent chance that I'm going to have a difficult time with this boss? Any given run might have a very easy time with slime boss or a very difficult time with Guardian as the random circumstances line, but these are the consistent averages, I tend to think. So let's talk about Act 2 then. There's lots more bosses to speak about. I'm going to try to pick up the pace a little bit here. First up, Bronze Automaton and their orbs. Bronze Automaton and, well, the Act 2 bosses in general are a big step up from the Act 1. They don't have dramatically higher health pools. For example, Bronze Automaton here sporting 300 health. That's only a little bit more than the 250 of Hexaghost. But the Act 2 bosses all have some sort of debilitating gimmick. They inflict a penalty upon the player of some sorts that limits your own ability to do things. And they have much greater offensive presence themselves. They do way more damage than Act 1 bosses do. So, Bronze Automaton. Bronze Automaton's got this fun little rotational pattern. Summons orb minions on turn 1. Those orb minions will then harass you and try to steal your cards, specifically your rarest cards, which can definitely mess with some strategies. Very important going into Bronze Automaton that your deck not be dependent upon a single particular rare card. For example, if you're on Ironclad and your only way to do lots of damage is to play one demon form that you have, then if that demon form gets stolen by the orbs, you can be in really big trouble. So having a few redundant ways to escalate your damage over time can really help with this fight. After that initial summon, the Bronze Automaton has an alternating attack and buff pattern. They do a ×2 attack, then they buff. They do a ×2 attack, then they buff. And then, on turn 6, they Hyper Beam. One giant attack with a base attack power of 50. And that is added to their strength. So on a 20, you'll see the Hyper Beam attack for 58. 50 damage plus 8 strength. On a 15, it's 56. I think on base Ascension, it's only 51, the Hyper Beam. Either way, it's an enormous amount of damage. And usually, again, kind of like with Slime Boss, you have two main options here. You either survive that giant Hyper Beam somehow, which means blocking for a very large amount on one particular turn. You can do this with retained block cards, Runic Pyramid and an Impervious, or just draw an Impervious on the right turn. Well-laid plans with a leg sweep works pretty well. Applying Weaken is a huge boon here, because it'll cut 15 points of damage off the Hyper Beam, from 58 down to 43. Having intangible can really help too. The relic incense burner is especially useful. Set it to 0 on the first turn of the bronze automaton fight, and it'll automatically block hyper beam for you, bringing it down to 1 damage. That's a really easy solve for the automaton fight. It can be a little difficult to choose whether you're going to go for the orbs first or the automaton. Another thing to note in this fight is the artifact charges. It takes 3 debuffs before the bronze automaton can be affected by any debuffs, owing to its starting at 3 artifacts. And that means you can't be dependent on just 1 or 2 debuffs either. You have to have ways to apply multiple debuffs, or you have to have a card that can remove those artifact layers, something like a bouncing flask, an uppercut, a shockwave. All these things make the bronze automaton pretty challenging. I think I would probably rank bronze automaton in the orange tier here. Consistently difficult, owing to the short time frame you have to end the fight. It's quite difficult to do the required 300 damage in 6 turns. If you've got a really good damage plan, it's very doable. But if you can't, then you must have a good block game. Even that alone is not sufficient, because the longer the fight goes on, the quicker bronze automaton's strength seems to go upwards, and you'll quickly find yourself having to deal with 50 plus damage every other turn. So it really is a timer, as many of these boss fights are. A question of your ability to do enough damage in a short enough time frame. I think that as we get a little further into the run, once you're past Act 1, it's a lot less class dependent on how the bosses are difficult for you. So I don't think that there's as much a difference in class for the Act 2 bosses as there is for the Act 1 bosses, for example. Another thing I didn't mention about for countering the Hyper Beam from Bronze Automaton, Buffer. From the Defect card Buffer or from the Relic Fossilized Helix is a good way to completely ignore the Hyper Beam. Alright, who's next? The Collector. Collector, I think, is one of my most lost to bosses. One of the bosses that defeats me most often. Collector is a huge check of your ability to deal with multiple threats. Collector themselves has a very high health pool, about 300, similar to the Bronze Automaton, although no artifact layers. Collector, like Bronze Automaton, summons minions on turn 1. Those minions just attack every turn and have about 40 health. They're not too bad to deal with, but they get really strong really quickly as the Collector buffs strength. Collector is further made problematic by a semi-random attack pattern. So how exactly Collector works is that on turn 1, they always summon 2 minions. Then on turn 2 and to turn 3, they have a chance to buff or attack. And there's also a chance to resummon a minion if you've managed to kill one already. That can't occur on turn 2, but a resummon can occur on turn 3. Resummon check occurs as long as 1 minion is dead. The Collector does summon back up to 2 minions. So if you see the summon intent, which is the 3 question marks appearing over Collector's head, then you shouldn't kill the remaining minion on the board. Because if they're still alive when the Collector resummons, then only 1 new torch head is created, and the other torch head stays at its current health. So it can be helpful to delay a kill there for a bit. The real problem comes on turn 4 when the Collector does their Mega Debuff. Weak, vulnerable, and frail means that your block you're taking way more damage, your blocks are less effective, and your damage is less effective. You're just worse at everything. And that's 3 difficult turns normally, but very crucially on Ascension, 19 becomes 5 turns of debuff. And that is a very difficult thing to deal with. Ultimately, things that are effective against the Collector are sources of area damage that can help you harm Collector while also killing the minions. On Ironclad, this is stuff like Immolate, Whirlwind, Thunderclap, Cleave, Combust. On silent, it's things like Noxious Fumes, Crippling Cloud, Dagger Sprays. Corpse Explosion works particularly well, as you can use Corpse Explosion on one of the minions to kill the other minion and hurt the collector. On defect, Electrodynamics is very effective, as are orbs in general. Watcher likes to have a little bit of area damage here. Consecrates can be good. Conclude is a little difficult because of the debuffs. Specimen can help on the silent too, that's true. The other things that are exceedingly useful in the collector fight are anything that get to ignore the debuffs. Any non-attack damage, so damage coming directly from powers like Combust, or 1,000 Cuts, or Noxious Fumes, or Orbs. These are all things that ignore weakness, so you don't take reduced damage. Alpha, Beta, Omega on Watcher are actually pretty good at this fight too. The colorless card, the Bomb, also has particular note in the collector fight, as it does just enough damage to kill the torch heads very cleanly. If you're playing below Ascension 9, then an unupgraded Bomb will always kill torch heads. Or if you're playing above Ascension 9, then you have to have an upgraded Bomb to cleanly kill them. Mitigation strategies that do not suffer from Frail are also effective here. Strength down on the Collector is really helpful. Weakening the Collector is really helpful because it reduces that damage by 25% even through the debuffs. And block directly from powers like Feel No Pain, Metallicize, Mental Fortress. All these things are really good ways to deal with the Collector. Another strategy, one that I very rarely get to employ, I think because it's fairly difficult to assemble, but one that works really well is to remove or ignore the debuffs of the Collector. The Collector applies debuffs in the order Weak, Vulnerable, Frail. So if you have 2 artifact charges, not 1 but 2 artifact charges, such as from a Panacea Plus, will block the vulnerable, and mean you won't take any additional damage for the 5 turns, which is super duper useful. More easily, you can use orange pellets to clear the debuffs by playing a power attack in the skill, although that can be a little bit difficult to do on turn 5, which is when you would need to do it. Overall, I find Collector really, really consistently challenging. Wouldn't call Collector unfair in any way, but definitely dang hard. One of the hardest bosses in the game, for sure. Definitely my choice for the top dog of Act 2. Let's talk Champ. Champ's got a big list for his AI pattern. Look at that. Look at all that text. Champ has the most complicated AI of any enemy in Slay the Spire. It's semi-fixed, semi-random, and has 2 distinct phases, one above half health, one below half health. Changes dramatically between Ascension levels too, so he's got a lot of different things that he can do. How he works, he spends the first half of the fight. When Champ is above half health, he'll mess around with you. He'll alternate between hitting you with a couple of relatively weak attacks, Face Slap and Heavy Slash, deal 14 and 18 damage respectively. He can also enter defensive stance to give himself Metallicize, or buff his strength to become stronger, making those basic attacks hit way harder. Every 4 turns, he'll use Taunt, making you weak and vulnerable. Note, it's not random. So how Champ's phase 1 pattern is random move, Taunt on turn 4, then random move, Taunt again. So 3 random things, followed by a fixed thing, followed by 3 random moves, followed by a fixed thing again. In addition, Champ can't do the same thing twice in a row. He can only Metallicize twice, and if you're on Ascension 19, he has to Metallicize before he buffs Strength. I don't know why, but that's how it works. That's not true below Ascension 19 for some reason. Essentially, this is a first half of the fight where Champ is kind of messing around, slowly building power, but not really attacking you much. And this is your opportunity to set up for phase 2, because when Champ drops below half health, he gets angry. The first turn, when upon dropping below half health, Champ will purge all debuffs from himself, all poison, vulnerable, weaken, strength down, you name it, and then give himself a ton of strength, 12 strength on a20, followed by his dreaded execute move. You're likely to be vulnerable when this happens, and followed up, combined with his immense strength gain, you're usually looking at a number somewhere along the lines of 33 by 2. Another common one is 24 by 2. So 50 plus damage usually from execute. You're usually vulnerable, you're usually also frail. This means blocking execute is very, very difficult. However, because the execute comes at a time of your manipulation, it's entirely dependent upon Champ's health. That means that you have control over when the execute occurs. To successfully beat Champ means that you have to set up the combat in such a way by playing powers or choosing which cards to play when, such that you can either kill Champ outright from half health before he lands his execute on you, or you have some block plan in play. Intangible's a really good one. Sometimes Lizard Tail or Fairy in a Bottle is a successful strategy, but things like Dark Shackles, Piercing Wail, Malaise, Impervious, lots of Frost Orbs, or Barricaded Block from earlier can all do pretty well against Champ. For Ironclad, usually I find getting a lot of strength. About 10 strength is sufficient to kill Champ before he hits you with execute. Silent can have a really hard time here because of the debuff purging. Usually poison is one of your best ways to damage Champ, but he'll remove it when dropping below half health, which can make things difficult. If you can apply a ton of poison all at once with Catalyst, that's an easy win though. Again, Defect likes to set up with all the time in the world. Creative AI is a really, really easy way to beat Champ as Defect, because you can play the Creative AI and then just play all of the powers that you want before dropping Champ below half health. Watcher's usually able to set up some kind of kill with retaining cards. They work really well against Champ. Set up a Wrath or better yet Divinity turn where you're able to dish out a couple hundred damage in one turn, and you can drop Champ that way. Overall, Champ is an interesting mix. He's a challenging boss, but definitely. But certainly I would almost give him the definition of manageable gimmick. For sure, this guy is all about his gimmick. Either you see it coming and you make proper preparations and you beat him that way, or he smashes your face in. Those are kind of the two ways it's going to go. But you have a lot of ways to answer his gimmick. There's 1,001 ways to kill Champ. I think he's the most bullyable boss in the game, which is to say that he's the boss against whom it is most easy to get the combat into a situation where he has no chance against you, because you have outscaled him, because you have put so many powers in play that he can no longer do anything, or because you have lined up a kill before he can possibly answer you. Dark Orbs on Defect are one of my favorite ways, but I think my most favorite way to beat Champ is by dual-wielding Metallicize as Ironclad and gaining 100 block per turn. That's fun. That's fun. He gives you a free hit. How nice, right? From Champ to Chump. All right, those are the Act 2 bosses. I think they tend to be pretty difficult on average. 2 in our orange tier, and then Champ's the easy one of the bunch. And I really even wouldn't say he's that easy. Let's talk about the bosses of Act 3. First up, Tim, the Time Eater. Time Eater's an interesting one. Time Eater, I would say, is one of the bosses that gets most additionally challenging with High Ascension. And I would also say that Time Eater is a boss against whom the actual turn-to-turn decisions you make are very, very important. Time Eater's main gimmick is, of course, the clock. Every 12 cards you play, there's a constantly advancing timer below Time Eater's health bar. Every 12 cards you play, Time Eater forcibly ends your turn, which feels super unfair, and then gains 2 strength. This means that you have to make sure that every card you play against Time Eater is worth it. What does worth it mean? I tend to think that, kind of as a rough ballpark, you need to make sure each of your cards is doing at least 10. 10 number. 10 block, 10 damage, doesn't matter. You have to get at least 10 number out of the card, or you're giving too much power to the Time Eater for that card to be worth it. So, for example, individual shivs are usually really not worth playing against the Time Eater because you're just going to make him angry without actually getting much done. It also means that you can't usually kill the Time Eater with a simple loop infinite of something like cycling 2 drop kicks or a finesse and a flash of steel, because even though you're able to, under normal circumstances, play those cards, say, an infinite number of times, the limit that the Time Eater puts upon you means those cards are not doing enough. Now, that's not to say that infinite combo decks can't beat the Time Eater. Actually, one of the easiest ways to beat Time Eater is to play consistently 12 cards every single turn, as long as each of those 12 cards is high impact enough to beat him. But that's not all Time Eater has up their sleeve. Part of the problem with this fight is that Time Eater is one of those semi-random bosses, which really adds to the challenge. There's only 3 things that the Time Eater can do on any given turn. They've got 2 attacks, the ×3 multi-attack, normally an 8x3, the Head Slam, a single attack for 32. This is the nasty one. Head Slam also gives you draw reduction 1 for 2 turns, causing you to draw less cards. 1 less card for 2 turns is -2 draws. And if you're on Ascension 19, this move also adds 2 slimed to the discard pile. That means on Ascension 19, every Head Slam is effectively -4 draws for the player. 2 draws you lose over the next 2 turns, and 2 more draws you lose when you draw the slimed. This means that relying on your base 5 card per turn draw against Time Eater is, I would almost say, outright unviable. You must have additional draw or retain, better yet, to deal with Time Eater effectively. Pyramid's really, really good here. But well-laid plans is actually even better because you can discard cards without playing them. So Silent has a particular advantage here, I think, if you found a well-laid plans. Once Time Eater drops below half health, they're going to turn back time on you, with the first turn after dropping below half being a heal back to half HP and a reversal of all debuffs. This is where carefully playing your cards can become really important. Any damage you deal on the turn before Time Eater heals back up to half health is effectively wasted. Meanwhile, all of those cards are still being counted against you with the Time Eater's timer and working towards the Time Eater's strength gain. So you really don't want to be playing cards when Time Eater has that heal intent displayed. That's the blue flame intent for the Time Eater. The third random thing that they can do during the early turns is a debuff move. They'll block and apply vulnerable and weak to you on a 20 plus, on Ascension 19 plus, excuse me, that also adds frail. That debuff is always followed up by an attacking move. Since Time Eater is all about penalizing you per card played, making all of your cards less efficient and then attacking you for a big number all at once is kind of a way of force testing whether your deck is capable of being efficient on a particular turn. Usually not, and I tend to find that Time Eater really gives you a tough time as a result. I think I find Time Eater probably in the range of manageable gimmick on the lower Ascensions before the Slimed start to accumulate, but the Ascension 19 change, I'd say Time Eater is probably one of the bosses most affected by Ascension 19. The Ascension 19 changes, adding Frail to that debuff turn and adding the 2 Slimed, really escalate Time Eater into serious threat territory. And I would definitely rank Time Eater as consistently a challenge. Also a real tough time for Runic Dome. Some tips of advice for Time Eater in general. I often hear about folks struggling with the Time Eater. And something to note is that unless you're playing on a 20, you'll always have warning that the Time Eater is coming. You can look ahead and see that the Time Eater is coming up at the end of the third act, and that is your chance to prepare accordingly. Pick cards that have a large impact for the number of cards you have to play, even if you are currently, for example, let's say you're a silent with two after images and a bunch of Shiv cards. Doesn't mean you shouldn't take a Bouncing Flask if you see one in Act 3 going into Time Eater. Does it fit with the rest of the cards in your deck? No. Does it do effective things against a boss that you're weak against? Yes. And picking counter cards to specifically answer threats that you don't have a counter to is a core thing to be doing in Slay the Spire. Another thing you can do, I found myself doing this really early on in my Slay the Spire play, but I really haven't done it much since. I think because of the double bosses of A20 more than anything. Fighting Time Eater in Act 3, something that can help you is removing cards that are kind of spammy or zero cost or below that 10 number value. So for example, if you've got a Blade Dance and you don't have any accuracies, you don't have a kunai or a shuriken, consider removing it outright before you fight Time Eater. Consider removing the escape plan or the finesse. Consider removing the drop kick. Consider removing the double tap or the burst. These are all things that can really slow you down against Time Eaters specifically. Lastly but not least, never underestimate the value of speaking of that 10 threshold, never underestimate the value of skipping your turn against Time Eater. If you don't play any cards, the Time Eater can't gain any strength. So making sure that you don't play strikes for 4 damage or defends for 3 damage, 3 block when weak or frail, can be a really important way to make sure that the Time Eater's strength stays manageable. Don't play cards that are low impact. Just focus on playing the few most impactful cards that your deck can draw each turn and try to use that to come out ahead of the curve, so to speak. Yeah, just because you have energy doesn't mean you need to spend it all. In this fight, then that is certainly true. Exhausting some of the less useful cards in the fight can also be quite helpful. I'd say overall, one of the easiest answers to Time Eater is powers. Lots of powers of any kind, since they're all generally put them into play and then receive ongoing benefits sort of deals. They're exactly the sort of card that work best against Time Eater. The problem with that is that in the very same act, we've also got our next boss here. I want to talk about the Awakened One. The Awakened One. The Awakened One is a boss that's all about scaling off of your powers. And boy, do they ever. The Curiosity Effect. The Awakened One gains 1 strength every time you play a power. 2 strength if you're on Ascension 19 and up. And I think that's where Awakened One really gets pretty nasty. The Awakened One is, shockingly enough, one of the most simple bosses. One of the most simple enemies in Slay the Spire. Early on, they actually only have 2 things they do. They either attack you for a multi-hit of 6x4, or they attack you for a single hit of 20. And they'll just do these 2 things back and forth every turn until you kill the first phase of the Awakened One. The Awakened One also doesn't gain strength under any circumstances other than you playing powers, so the strength gain of this boss is entirely in the player's hands. And that gives you a lot of counterplay. For me, powers against Awakened One is all a question of which ones are worth it. Not every power is worth playing against the Awakened One. Some shouldn't be played, some should be. Since a power gives the Awakened One 2 strength, I like to look at that as 2 damage on 2 out of 3 turns, and on the 3rd turn it's 8 additional damage on that times 4. The pattern is usually // Soul Strike, but the exact timing of Soul Strike is semi-random. It's a 25% chance that they use Soul Strike after 1 slash, a 75% chance that they use Soul Strike after 2 slashes. Complicating factor are the 2 cultists that start with the Awakened One. They're that base enemy from floor 1, starting at 6 damage and then going up by 5 per turn. They're easy if you've got any sort of area damage and can quickly kill them. But if you're focused on dealing with the boss, you might find that the cultists very quickly become a huge problem and do very enormous damage if you cannot remove them from the field quickly. So this boss is kind of a twofold test. One, can you get rid of those minions quickly? I think it's usually not too difficult, because if you've been through Act 2, you've already had to pass the same check. You had to deal with minions that have basically the same health with Collector, or you had to deal with the Orbs of the Bronze Automaton. Their health pool really isn't that high, so I don't usually find them too difficult, but you can get into a problem if your ability to kill the cultists is dependent on playing a power. So, for example, if you can only kill them with electrodynamics, or with combust, or with noxious fumes, then you might find that you're in Trouble Town. Now, one of the best ways to deal with the Awakened One is to lower the Awakened One's strength. Ironclad can do this with Disarm, Silent can do it with Malaise, and you can also do it by temporarily lowering the Awakened One's strength on the turn that you kill the first phase. When the Awakened One dies, it checks its current strength value, and that persists to the second phase, but all other effects on the boss are removed, all debuffs and buffs both. So if you play a Piercing Wail, and then on the same turn kill the Awakened One, the game only sees the Awakened One's current strength value, not the temporarily debuffed. It doesn't remember that there's a temporary debuff there, essentially. And so the strength reduction can become permanent, although this can't bring the Awakened One down into negative strength. I wouldn't call this a bug, necessarily. More of a inevitable consequence of the mechanics interactions. Never heard a reasonable proposal for how to fix it that wouldn't cause the inverse problem in many situations, like wouldn't result in a equal but opposite unintended effect under similar circumstances, or without coding in unique special exceptions to particular fights, which is kludgy as hell. Would definitely call the Awakened One the longest battle in the game. There's a couple of reasons for this. One, the Awakened One has the highest health pool of all the Act 1 bosses. 320 base, but it revives when killed, so make it 640, plus 2 cultist minions, about 100 more health, plus 15 health regenerated per turn. All this combines to say that 20-turn Awakened One fights are not unusual. Because the fight is so long, I tend to feel like the Awakened One is often a check of your ability to block consistently. The Awakened One attacks on every single one of those turns, often for only a relatively small amount of damage. But you must be able to keep the block up consistently, or you'll take chip damage here and there. To that extent, I do kind of feel like Awakened One is sort of Guardian, but more so in a lot of ways. A lot of the strategies are very similar in terms of success. You want to do damage here and there, while mostly focusing on making sure that your block output is good. Below Ascension 19, I would probably rank Awakened One as one of the easiest bosses in the game. Many of your powers are simply, if the Awakened One's only gaining 1 strength per power, it's easy enough to play the good powers. Anything that gives you decent block, like Footwork or Defragment, comes out ahead. Whereas more damaging powers can be skipped. On A19 and up, I think I have to give Awakened One manageable gimmick territory. This boss really doesn't do that much damage if you don't play any powers. And it's very possible to stay on top of their damage curve pretty effectively. Especially so if you can gain scaling in some way that doesn't involve playing a power. So the relics Shuriken and Kunai, capable of giving you strength or dexterity without having to play powers. The defect card Consume gives you focus without having to play a power. These are ways to absolutely dunk on this boss, because you effectively get to cheat the mechanics of the fight. So that's how I feel about Awaken 1. Definitely one of the easier bosses of the game. I think the easiest boss of Act 3 for sure. So the last Act 3 boss then, Donu and Deca, the Shape Twins. These two are a fun one. Definitely used to consider these the hardest final boss of the game, back when Act 3 was the finale. This is the only double boss battle in Slay the Spire. Two shapes, each rocking about 250 health. Donu and Deca are an unrelenting assault that is constantly escalating, unlike the other bosses of Act 3, whose strength gain is entirely dependent on the player's actions. Donu and Deca are a strict turn-by-turn countdown with constant escalation happening that is going to wear down the player if they're unable to put a swift end to the fight. So each of them have their own little things. Deca is the defensive one. Deca's focus is on slowing down the player so that Donu can ramp up damage. Deca does this by providing block to itself and its shapely compatriots every other turn. This block also provides plated armor on Ascension 19 and up, which can accumulate in some nasty ways. I have seen a grand total of one time on somebody else's stream them getting soft-locked against Deca because Deca applied so much plated armor that they were unable to damage Deca. Meanwhile, they'd killed Donu, so Deca was unable to damage them. They were unable to break through the increasingly escalating block of Deca, and a stalemate resulted. That's pretty rare, though. Mostly what happens is that Donu, every 2 turns, buffs the strength of both of them, plus 3 strength to both, which means 6 additional damage headed your way per attack every 2 turns. Starts out as a 12 by 2, 15 by 2 is not too bad, then 18 by 2, that starts to get scary, 21 by 2, 24 by 2, 27 by 2. By the time you reach 30 by 2, hopefully you've won the fight, because it's starting to get really, really challenging to survive at that point. You've also got Dazed being added by Deca's attacks, which are going to slow down your draws and make it more difficult for you to have a hand of blocks to deal with that increasing damage. My usual advice in this fight is to focus on Donu first. Donu's the one doing the strength buffing, so if you kill Donu, then all Deca can do is block and attack for the same number every 2 turns. That's usually a manageable one-on-one. It can, however, be correct to kill Deca first if your deck is particularly vulnerable to having your draw messed with by dazes. If you're trying to do like a dropkick loop or something with the sundial, if you've got a minimalist deck with only a few cards in it, these are all situations where killing Deca first could be good. Killing Deca first is also a really good idea if your deck just blocks for 100, because you don't care that Donu gets extra strength because you're blocking so well. Sometimes Defect might want to do this. I tend to find that this fight is pretty manageable if you are on top of the power curve in Slay the Spire, but if you're running a slower, more defense-heavy deck, then Donu and Deca are going to run all over you. They're pretty challenging overall. I almost want to put them between the orange and the yellow tier here. Maybe I should put one of them in one and the other in the other. I could put Deca here and Donu here. That doesn't feel right. That feels... That doesn't feel right at all. I think they belong together in the yellow category. One step below Time Eater, I think. They're definitely above Awaken 1 in terms of difficulty, though. So it's a little difficult to judge. And you're right, that's Deca and Donu, not Donu and Deca. There they are. There they are. They don't want to split the family. That's cruel. That's cruel. Okay. Need more categories, clearly. Last but certainly not least, hiding in Act 4. That stinky, stinky Corrupt Heart. Corrupt Heart, by far, and intentionally so, of course, the most challenging boss in Slay the Spire. It's got more health than any of them, rocking 750 or 800 at Ascension 9, and has just an absolutely devastating set of attacks. On turn 1, the Heart has the Debilitate move. Just seems so ridiculous. So, but Debilitate, you are hit with all status effects, weak and vulnerable and frail, and then you have one of every status card added into your draw pile. So 1 slime, burn, wound, dazed, and void, all into your draw pile. And then to make things, to add injury to insult, the Heart then attacks you for some very scary numbers, the turns immediately following that debuff. The Echo big 45 damage attack is 67 if you're vulnerable, or the multi-attack hits for 3 by 15. Basically, those first 2 attacks from the Heart are going to outright kill any character from full health, unmodified. So you need to generate a very large amount of block in order to be able to survive this. Since you're frail, your block goes less of a distance too. So in order to be able to block that 67 damage big hit, you need to be able to generate 100 block through frail in 1 turn to not get absolutely rolled on by the Heart. And that's just turn 2. Things get only worse the longer the fight goes on. Ways to survive this Heart fight involve having a multi-layered defense strategy of some kind. It's, as you might imagine, very difficult to just come up with 100 blocks suddenly. Although it's certainly something that a run is capable of doing. There's lots of ways to do it with all the characters. You've had an entire run to prepare. So Ironclad could have multiple copies of Feel No Pain or Barricade and Trench. Silent can have lots of footworks and dexterity or a Wraith form. Piercing Wails work really well. Defect can have Focus and lots of Frost. Watcher can have lots of dexterity and various cards. Can have Vault for extra turns. But all of this is fairly difficult to put together consistently because of those added status cards to the draw pile. Your ability to consistently draw a defensive answer to these attacks is unlikely without some sort of draw or retain assistance. Other ways to lower the damage that you have to block: if you make the Heart weak, you significantly reduce the damage very, very dramatically. If you can prevent yourself from becoming vulnerable, 1 artifact charge will do this. You can also use the Odd Mushroom Relic from Act 1 to reduce the damage you take when vulnerable. Added max health goes a long way here as well, giving you a bit more buffer space to try to survive the Heart. Certain defensive relics can go a huge, huge way here as well. The relic Tungsten Rod can reduce the damage you take from Beat of Death. Can also make that times 15 multi-hit do a lot less damage to your health pool. The relic Incense Burner can make you intangible. Setting Incense Burner to 3 or 4 entering the Heart fight will prevent one of the first 2 attacks and save you a lot of health. Unfortunately, the order of the attacks is random. The times 15 and the 45, it's a 50-50 which one comes first, so there's no way to know for sure exactly when the attack will occur. That makes lining up the Incense Burner or making effective use of buffer from Fossilized Helix very difficult. Helix is exceedingly helpful in Heart fights where the big hit arrives first, as you can just absorb that with the buffer and then have your health to use on the rest of the fight. But if the times 15 multi-attack comes first, it's very difficult to keep the buffer intact in order to use it on the follow-up. Just one of the many things that makes the Heart fight very, very, very challenging. So further complicating things, not only does the thing have giant amounts of health and does huge damage, but it buffs itself every 3 turns, and each of those buffs has a unique effect. It's a particularly interesting little interaction here. Check the list of additional buffs. So the first buff, each buff gives it 2 strength and removes any negative strength that's applied already. So cards like Malaise and Disarm only work against this boss temporarily, although they're still useful. The first time it buffs strength, it gets 2 artifact charges, negating 2 debuffs. That's really nasty, as it can make keeping Weaken on the Heart very difficult. It can make applying poison challenging temporarily, and it shuts down your ability to use Piercing Wail or Dark Shackles to block a multi-hit until you're able to remove the artifact layers. That can be a really, really big problem. The second buff increases Beat of Death by 1. It goes from either 1 to 2 or 2 to 3, depending on your Ascension level. That can make your per card efficiency go down dramatically, which can make it very difficult to block against the heart. The third buff adds Painful Stabs, meaning any hit from the heart will add a wound to your discard pile. Oddly enough, that one's almost never relevant, because if you're getting hit by the heart's attacks at this point, you're probably not going to survive long enough to actually draw the wounds. But it could matter maybe at some point. I think that's the least impactful buff. The fourth buff is an additional 10 strength, and the fifth one is an additional 50 points of strength for a unit that can attack you 15 times per turn. Essentially, the fourth buff is an enrage timer, if you're familiar with that mechanic. If you stick around in this fight too long, the heart will decide you're dead. Doesn't matter how much block you can make, doesn't matter how much health you have. You will be killed by an astoundingly powerful multi-hit attacks. Yeah, 72 by 15 is a number you may have seen on a stream before. Surviving that, almost out of the question. Not impossible. There are ways to do it. There are ways to hang out in that fight for a very long time. But it's a very, very challenging thing to do. In practice, this means that you not only have to survive all of these absurdly damaging attacks, but you must also deal a huge amount of damage back to the Corrupt Heart. As if that weren't enough, the Invincible buff of the Heart caps your damage per turn, so you must deal damage over multiple turns in large quantities in order to end the fight quickly. This means that any sort of strategy dependent on just doing one really big attack, like an Ice Cream Whirlwind or a really big Tempest on defect, or evoking one single powerful Dark Orb, or any of that will fail because you need to be able to do damage on multiple turns. Again, all while trying to survive the absolutely terrifying array of attacks. For all of these reasons, I think the Heart is very much an absolutely intentionally unfairly designed boss. It's supposed to be overwhelmingly powerful. It's supposed to throw every possible effect at you in an attempt to overwhelm your defenses, and only if you can have an answer to basically all of those things can you prevail in the fight. Very, very much the most challenging thing in Slay the Spire. Very, very much an incredibly difficult opponent. And one that is difficult to come up with any one counter strategy for, no matter the character. Any given Heart run is a challenging run, for sure. This boss is so dang hard. And that's not even to mention the elites that you have to fight just to get here. And they're part of the challenge too. That's Spire Spear and Spire Shield. We'll be talking about them in our next enemy breakdown video, I imagine. But we're keeping it to the bosses for just this one. So, that's my breakdown of all the different bosses in Slay the Spire. I like to think that this feels about right. I think if I was to count my deaths against each of these opponents, you'd probably see a somewhat similar distribution to the ranking here. Maybe that's something that I'll bring up when we reach 200 wins with the current year-long challenge. We'll take a look at which bosses killed me the most, which bosses killed me the least. But But I guess a few last words of advice for the heart. Like I said, multi-layered defense strategy, trying to combine resistance to debuffs with debuffs applied on the heart, plus block strategies yourself. Any amount of additional lives you can get are good. Any amount of potion resource you can get is good. The more relics, the better as well. So oftentimes the heart is a test of how well you've been preparing yourself throughout the run prior to the heart fights, as it does take so much cumulative deck building and relic collecting to have a successful time. Well, if you found this video helpful or had a good time with it, I hope you drop me a like below. Please let me know in the comments what you think the most difficult boss in Slay the Spire is for your own play style. What's the one boss you can never seem to find a win against? Till next time, this is Baylor signing off. Thank you so much for watching this one. I hope you all enjoyed. Have a great one, folks. Ta-ta. And I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo. Beautiful. All right. Well, that came out to be way longer than I wanted it to, but there was so much to talk about for each of these bosses. Definitely glad I didn't try to do any sort of all enemies video, because that would have been like 5 hours long. Appreciate you all hanging out during this recording sesh. Now, we can play some actual Slay the Spire. Try to put that knowledge that we just disseminated into practice. Shmammerun, did you hear about the seamstress who tried to create a list ranking all of the different ways to rip fabrics? It's her tear list. Bring YouTube Baylor back right now. So help me. I'll turn this chat around. Wait. Okay. A few little administrative things. I've got to slay the dragon that is OBS. Alright, thanks for joining me, Dustforce OST. It's been a good one. But now it's time for that Spire OST. First up today, I think, is the Ironclad? Question mark? No, the Watcher, followed by Ironclad. Cool. Watcher first today. Huzzah. Couple good runs lately. This defect run was very, very fun. Early Frozen Egg, followed by 4 defragment pluses. Starting right here, we got Frozen Egg here, followed by Instant Defrag Plus, followed by Instant Defrag Plus again. Although I kind of wish I'd taken the Ball Lightning instead, quite frankly. And then we got so many powers. Buffer Plus, Defrag Plus again. Electrodynamics Plus, Self-Repair Plus, Loop Plus, Machine Learning Plus. Yeah, it just kept going. Yeah, this one will absolutely be on the tube. This was such a fun one. The Mummy Hand discounted 150 energy. Despite having so many powers in the deck, the Awakened one was a flawless fight for us. I do think that we were Probably going to have a hard time if it weren't for one last card ad. The darkness here was the necessary damage for our endgame. This was weird. Even though we took 0 damage, it did, in many of these fights, it did feel like we were close to losing some of the time, just because we were unable to get damage into place quickly enough. The Forethought Grand Finale run should be on the YouTube somewhere. Yeah, that should be up there already. Much thanks to Do Not Put Me on Pizza if you go finding that. So, we'll be starting out with the Vacha, the Purple Lady. Having a nice run with her first up. But before I do that, I did just speak for about an hour and a half straight. I would like to drink some water, use the restroom, grab a quick snack, and then, and only then, will I play some Slay the Spire. So, I will be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. When I return, more Spire. Hey everybody, thanks you for hanging out. Right. New Baylor, who dis? 400. Huzzah. Okay. So, whether you're here for the first time today or joining me for the several hundredth, it's a delight to have you on board as we embark upon this Watcher run. We are, of course, on a quest to win 100 times against the Ascension 20 heart with every single character in Slay the Spire. Currently about 3/8 of the way through the challenge. Maybe a little bit behind pace for the year, but not too far. And I'm hopeful that this Watcher run will be a glorious success in accordance with that. What? What? Watching without audio. No, I've never seen that chat badge before. How fascinating. Is that a new feature? It's new. Cool. Huh. Kind of a signal to the streamer, I guess, that any sort of verbal response is going to be lost on that individual. Oh, that makes sense, actually. I was tuning into somebody, to Sneaky Teaks broadcast yesterday, and they were talking about somebody who was watching without audio or video. I was like, what? That's so funny. So it's a chat badge you can actually see. Or set, even. It could be automatically detected, but if it's manually flagged, that's odd. I guess if it was automatically flagged, that would be, I'm sure, problematic in some way with the implementation, right? Like, going to be detecting it in wrongly for some reason, or people who are chatting on one device but watching on another. People who watch at home on TV might be in this category. I'm watching with no smell. Same. So something I'd like to do, given that we just did a sort of boss breakdown at the start of stream today, what I'd like to do during our runs is discuss our bosses, the boss that we're fighting at the end of each act, and mention at least a little bit in brief how we plan to deal with that boss and what decisions we're going to make because we know we're facing this particular obstacle. Guardian being at the end of Act 1, I think is a bit more challenging for the Watcher than for the other characters. Watcher almost wants to tend towards an all-attack deck at the end of Act 1. Just all damage, no defense. But the Guardian very much stands in the way of that, preventing us from removing all of our defense and requiring us to invest at least a little bit in defense. That for me means probably removing a maximum of 1 defend this act, and we're probably also going to add a block card of some kind. Probably ideally a retaining block card, a protect or deceive reality. But I would also take a sanctity or a empty body? Yeah, an empty body. Could transform and defend to try to get us started. I also don't mind a common relic here. Rare cards, pretty good too. I don't really like losing all my gold, though, as we may be going to a shop early. I know that I want to do the following. This daisy chain of fires and elites, one of the strongest map pathings to find in Act 1. You get tons of relics, tons of upgrades, tons of gold. Lots of good stuff this way. Question is, can we fight a elite before that first one? Could we really make it super spicy? I guess I'd have to start this way to be sure. Probably easier to just go this way. Make this the red path. That's an option. Dreamcatcher or Ancient Tea Set, guaranteed. I'd actually be okay with either of those. Definitely nothing wrong with simply having one more common relic. Relic quantity is certainly one way to get a run strong. Let's see what that common relic is. I want it. Pen Nib. Every 10th attack you play is double damage. That's pretty good, actually, to start. I like that. I like that a lot. We'll have to have a little bit of consideration over how we use the Pen Nib. But I think it'll be pretty good overall. I think I am going to go to this shop. I like going to an early shop on Watcher just for the one defend remove. Feels pretty good. Whetstone guaranteed next. I want it. I want it. Ooh, maybe I could have done better with the Pen Nib there. Maybe. Well, I said I wanted a block card for Guardian, and here's a perfect opportunity to add one, because I'm not allowed to add a damage card. Our options being Evaluate or Empty Body. I think I'll take an Empty Body. 7 block, exit our stance. It's a way out of Wrath, which can be useful. It can also be a way to gain 2 energy from Calm Stance, even if you're not in Wrath. Sometimes that 2 energy is pretty good. Not even going to acknowledge Collect as an option here. Sorry, Collect. But I'm not sorry. We kill this with Eruption. Or can we? Could do Eruption, Miracle, Vigilance. Or I could do Vigilance, Defend to Defend. Let's do that. Take nothing here. Here we go. Behold the power. Talk to the Hand is the first attack card we're offered. It's not my favorite option here, but I would like to get some damage into the deck. Talk to the Hand applies a permanent debuff that gives us block whenever we attack the enemy. Second Collect, followed by Chemical X that we can't afford in the shop. No. Yeah, we'll happily take a Talk to the Hand. Collect the collects. The recollecting. If you want an attack that's good with Pen Nib, consider a Sands of Time. That's pretty potent. Didn't talk about Malaise, or sorry, Prostrate as a card that's good against Guardian, but it is pretty good against Guardian. Problem is I can't afford Sands of Time and a card remove. Can we go red path if I take Sands of Time? Probably. Yeah, probably. What's the monster in the pressure point art? I think this is supposed to be Champ's armor. But it is really deeply unclear. On the others, I think Talk to the Hand would be really good on Silent. For Shiv block. Not as good as you'd want it to be on Ironclad. Ironclad's really about a few big hits, not many small hits. But now I'm picturing it with Defect and Barrage, and that makes me smile. Dramatic Entrance is a fun little option here. I'm going to go with the Sands of Time. I think it's too powerful an option to ignore. We could additionally take Prostrate, but I don't see the need to. With the Sands of Time. Or over Sands of Time, more accurately. It's all over. Could do Vigilance, Miracle, Eruption, Strike. How much damage is that? We do... Kill next turn, right? Yeah, this just works. Bonk. Fear Potion? Okay, we can definitely go Red Path. Good. Good. Scrawl? Scrawl? Scroll to get Sands of Time into my hand. Hands of Time. Just very, very powerful draw in general. In the very, very immediate term, Flurry of Blows could be more powerful. This does come back to our hand. Lets us up the pen nib a lot. But I'm going to take this Scrawl. I think it's a very, very powerful card to be offered this early, especially. What I'm not going to do is take money here. Although it's about 100 gold for 11 health. I think given that we've stepped onto the red path now, we don't have health to spare. I'm going to leave it. Mess is not worth it. Turn 1 Sands of Time against the Lagavulin. Perfect. This card gets cheaper every time it's retained. Excuse me. $80 damage. I could make that 120 if I really wanted to. I think we'll be okay. So, and that's part of the reason Pen Nib is so good, particularly on Watcher. Wrath Stance is multiplicative with other damage multipliers. So, Pen Nib is ×2, Wrath is ×2. 2 times 2 equals 4, believe it or not. I didn't for the longest time. And that is a lot of damage. Maybe I could have taken the gold back there, but don't forget, we have 3 more elites to get through. And I guess, yeah, I could have taken the money. Because I could have just rested. Anyway, I started learning. We're definitely going to try to make this lesson learned do some stuff. Every time lesson learned kills an enemy, we get a permanent upgrade. And that's good. Don't think we're going to try to make it work here, though. I think I'm going to play it for 20 damage. Lest this knob be a slob. We already have a kill with the Fear Potion, Sands of Time. Looks like I don't have a kill any other way, actually. But I could use the Block Potion instead. We can go Talk to the Hand, Strike, Block Potion. So it's a question of which potion I like more. We also get to upgrade the Pen Nib more if I do that. So let's do this. Because of the Pen Nib. Could set it to 9 here, but I think Watcher usually wants Pen Nib on 8 so that you can play Eruption and then Pen Nib a card. Love to see more energy. The Happy Flower gives me energy every 3rd turn. Do we want a Consecrate? I think so. Yeah, I think it goes nicely with Talk to the Hand. I think it goes nicely with Scrawl. Gives us a little bit, not a whole lot, but a little bit of area damage. Yeah. Alright, well, we still haven't taken damage in Elite Fight, but maybe that'll change eventually. Are we already at the point where it's better to go to a combat than a rest site? Because we can potentially lesson learn from the combat, and we also get money and a card reward, versus just getting an upgrade here. Sure, we get to choose where the upgrade goes, but is that going to matter? I don't know. I think I should just take the combat here. Without Sands of Time, would have taken Reach Heaven there. I think Reach Heaven is pretty takeable under the current circumstances. It's really good with Scrawl in particular. Let's grab an Orichalcum. Guaranteed block can really help with the Guardian. Show me lesson learned. Dang. Well, Empty Body works. $24. Big damage. So not only do we get an upgrade, although I wouldn't call it the best location for that upgrade to go, that's okay. We also get a new potion and one of these 3 cards if we want. Now, I would definitely be pretty happy with a Foresight. I would also be relatively happy with a Crush Joints. Both of these are pretty good. Actually, Foresight is particularly good against the Guardian, as it's going to allow us to discard attack cards that we would draw on the defensive mode turns. So for the Guardian specifically, I actually really like Foresight here. Let's pick it up. And let's actually, Dex Potion would also be very good against Guardian. Although I don't think we're going to need both of them. Eranton Lad says, Lakewater always feels weak to me. It can be a little bit difficult to activate. Ending your turn in Calm, if you only have one Calm source, is surprisingly difficult. But if you've got 2 or 3 ways to enter Calm, it's a very good power, actually. You can think of it as 2 Metallicizes for the price of 1. And that's pretty good. It's also got a wonderful interaction with the Orichalcum as they work together. Would have been really good in this fight, actually, to have Lakewater, but just the Orichalcum alone will do most of the work here. Let's go ahead and colorless potion here. The Palm. Actually, yeah. That's pretty good, actually. Or Violence maybe lets me get a lesson learner right now. Violence. Bomb's good, but then I can't lesson learn. Didn't get Eruption. Shoot. Well, dang. Maybe we're just going Talk to the Hand Strike here. Doesn't go through the artifact, though. So now we can discard unwanted cards like Dazed. Focus on only wanted cards. Now we can get an upgrade by drawing the lesson learned. There it is. Stone Calendar, that could help with Guardian. 52 damage at the end of turn 7. We're offered another Talk to the Hand or Wallop. Really like Wallop with Pen Nib. Or a Perseverance. It's a fun little way to deal with Guardian, but not one of my favorite cards at all. Violence is always the answer. Tough call here between Second Talk and the Wallop. I'm going to choose the Wallop. After all, you can't spell Wallop without OP. And I suppose I'll upgrade that Wallop too for this next fight. While it gives you more block, the more damage it deals. So ways to increase its damage are also very good at giving you block. Art of War if I don't play an attack. Okay. It's gonna be a difficult one to lesson learned. Let's just say that. Maybe wanted to Fear Potion, perhaps. Now we're good. A bonk. Miracle Vigilance? That seems like a good idea. Ooh. I believe I have a lesson learned with the Fear Potion. If I play this correctly. Consecrate deals 8. Hands of Time deals 40 with Pen Nib. So 61 minus 48 is 13. Then I use the Fear Potion and lesson learned. Shame I don't have the energy to play the Strike also. That would make it simpler. If I use the Fear Potion earlier than just the Sands of Time kills, and I don't get the upgrade. Love +1 strength here from Vajra. Oh boy, a lesson learned. We could upgrade cards in our deck. Hey, wait a minute. Second Wrath Source is Indignation. It's also a way to apply Vulnerable, which I quite like. Or a Rushdown. Draw cards upon entering Wrath. Both Indignation and Rushdown looking pretty good to me here. Yeah, pretty hard to skip the first Rushdown. I could really see myself taking Indignation, though. I mean it. I mean it. What's being smashed in lesson learned? I think it's supposed to be one of the Darkling enemies. gray slimes in the dark slimes in Act 3. Actually, that reminds me of an oldie but a goodie for Frosty Dog in chat. You know, I've been reading a really fascinating book about glue lately. I just can't seem to put it down. I think I want to take the Indignation over the Rushdown here for its immediate access to second Wrath card, since we already have the Empty Body too. Particularly with the Scry. It's going to be juicy. For example... This is 20, so Indignation, not quite. Not quite. We'll be back for that. Bonk. Five turns of vulnerable. We're offered some scry options. Third Eye versus Cut Through Fate. Hard to turn down Cut Through Fate with Talk to the Hand and Vajra. But there is some argument for going Third Eye because of Guardian. That said, I think since our health is in a good enough shape, I should just take the Cut Through Fate. And then we get one upgrade before the Guardian boss. Probably either Talk to the Hand or Foresight would be my choices. Sands of Time upgrade's pretty good too. But I think upgrading Foresight's going to give me the most consistently good hands here. 4. 4 cards. Do we enter Wrath here? I think we need to. Guardian's up. We got to do that required 49 damage, essentially. 40 for the threshold plus the 9 block the Guardian gets. So 49 damage by turn 2 is the requirement. That strike will do enough damage because the strike deals 28 damage. Because OP, apparently. Or Sands of Time deals 84. I like it. So here's where the Foresight really gets to kick in here. We just discard things that are aberrant. Keep what we want. Guess I should just stayed in calm, probably, huh? Yes, I should have. Don't know why I thought I was able to go back into calm, but I totally was not. It's alright. I still have 5 energy somehow. Right, Happy Flower and Overboard lined up, so good. That means I can either play Wallop for the 13 damage and block, or we can Eruption first and then Wallop. Actually, how much total damage can I deal? 10 plus another 28 plus another 26. So that's more than 50. We actually just recombobulate the Guardian here. I accept. Order, though. Good. Gotta watch the stone calendar here. I would like this to line up our lesson learned, not cause it to whiff. Happy Flower Art of War lining up again. GG. Get our Sands of Time upgraded. We get a Feet Stance Potion, and we're offered a third lesson learned. Seems like too many lessons to learn. Can't say that I mind a Deus Ex Machina. One time adds some miracles to our hand. That can be really useful with Scrawl in particular. And we've got enough expensive cards that I think it's not bad. It's a nice way to play the lesson learned on turn 1 or turn 2, if necessary. There's also Blasphemy, a card that can retain when upgraded, causing us to enter Divinity for 1 turn. We die on the next turn, but only if there is a next turn. Simple way to avoid that card's downside, don't have there be a next turn. I think personally I want the Deus Ex here for a little bit more energy gain. Pyramid. Pyramid with Scrawl, Pyramid with Lesson Learned. These are very, very good things. Pyramid says, no longer discard your hand at the end of turn. We've already got ways to generate 5 energy on a turn, thanks to Art of War. I really, really like Art of War. Runic Pyramid in particular. Curse Key is not bad. Energy every turn is good. Although, again, we might struggle to use it all. Very good here is Astrolabe. Transform and upgrade 3 cards. Get rid of 3 starter unupgraded cards. Make sure the lesson learned is only hitting the good stuff. But I do love me a Runic Pyramid. I think Pyramid is excellent with any sort of side quest style card, the lesson learned. I think it's going to be excellent with the Indignation, making that vulnerable apply more often. I think it's going to let us maximize our Art of War. I think it's going to be really, really good overall, this Pyramid. What did we take over Rushdown? We took Indignation, so that we have a way to apply Vulnerable. Next priority here, get some of these starter cards out of the deck. I'd like to remove 1 Defend first, and then 1 Strike, I think. Although we probably only get to do 1 removal this act. Elites are not that difficult, I don't think, for the current deck. Let's call them manageable. And I'm thinking something like this. Could go second shop if we want to. That would be 2 shops, 2 elites. Or we could do 1 shop, 3 elites. Don't get any rest sites going here, 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 here. Let's just mark that in yellow real quick. Love this map marks mod, allowing me to highlight the paths on the map so that I can kind of talk about my pathing decision making. There's also this option here. But I think the problem with this option is that if we take too much damage during one of these fights, we don't have any way to heal it back. So I don't think I like that path very much. Deus is nice until it crowds your draw. Indeed. You can always just play the miracles, though, to uncrowd your draw, which is quite nice. Also, I guess this option. Either way, I think I'm decided we probably want to go to this shop. Chosen one. Bank some energy here. Chosen gives us a Hex debuff, which causes us to add Daze to the draw pile when we play a non-attack card. However, 50 block, by the way. Not a big deal with Runic Pyramid is that dazed issue, because you just get to retain your cards anyway. So nice, it upgraded itself. And here's our Rushdown for us to take. Seems perfectly cromulent to me. Not the world's worst Tranquility either, although we don't value any cards that say Retain on them, because we have our own off-brand Retain. I think I'll stick with the Stance Potion, Attack Potion over Blessing of the Forge. Don't need the heal. Let's look at 1 of 20 cards and add it to the deck. What would I like to add, having just added a Rushdown? This deck would like a Mental Fortress or a Inner Peace or a... any source of commentary, actually, would be really good. So I'm thinking Meditate, Inner Peace, Talk to the Hand, probably Meditate. Meditate says, put a card from your discard pile into your hand, enter Calm, end your turn. Get back the Wrath card you just used, get back the Sands of Time and reduce its cost, and many, many other things that we could do. Other decent options, Halt, I think, is a really good block with Runic Pyramid. Third Eye, Scry with Runic Pyramid is basically the same thing as Straw. Not quite, but basically. But I'm going to choose the Meditate. The story takes place in a giant isolated building underground as the outside conditions have become unbearable. The novel is mired with conspiracies, propaganda, and injustice. You ponder if similar dynamics are at play within the Spire. And a group of bandits wearing large red masks. Perfect. The Red Mask Gang is a opportunity to lose all our money that we won't be taking, but instead an opportunity to be gaining a red mask, making all enemies weak on turn 1, as well as another upgrade for us, perhaps. Let's go to Scroll next. We did get Eruption. Perfect. No bear. 27 damage to all enemies. No bear. Could have killed Pointy, but I wanted to learn our lesson here. Upgrade the strike. That's the lesson. I am definitely way more about adding a prostrate now than I was before. 0 cost block, but it also gives us mantra, partway to divinity stance. That said, I also see Empty Mind being pretty good here. I'm gonna do it. I really like, excuse me. Definitely swallowed my water a little bit. I really like Prostrate with Meditate, since we can get it back into our hand. Well, this turn looks spooky. Hello? I'll take the Cutthroat Fate, the Wallop, and the Prostrate. We can pen nib this Wallop in particular. We can pen nib with Wrath Stance, this Wallop, which means it'll do ×4 damage, which means we can outright kill a bird with it. Seems good to me. Let's hit the, kill the one doing 14. Perfect. Please draw Empty Body. Thank you. And please return my Wrath card. That one. Yeah. Protect already upgraded. Still not that good. The Retain does nothing for us. Don't think we want 2 Sands of Time or 2 Consecrates. This feels like a good skip to me. Hey, enjoy Get Raving. Thanks for dropping by. Ooh, great question, hashtag YOLO's swag city. I think the quickest way to explain it would be to say that to optimally use Runic Pyramid is to retain at least 5 cards on your turn. Hand clog's not always a problem, especially if the hand is clogged with good things, but usually your optimum with Runic Pyramid is play 5 cards, retain 5 cards, and then draw 5 new cards at the start of the next turn. If you are not playing any of your cards, and then you retain all of your cards, then you can't draw any new cards. Whereas if you play all of your cards, then you have nothing left to retain, and you're not getting any use out of the Runic Pyramid in that case. So to actually use this thing properly, you need a good balance between the amount of cards that you're getting into your hand and the amount of cards that you're keeping. My draw priority for Runic Pyramid is usually because one of the best things with Pyramid is to have a full hand of 10 cards, and then you have the most possible options of what to play. And from there, you want to be playing half and then retaining half. But getting to 10 cards in the first place can be rather difficult. If you're drawing 5 cards per turn, but you have the energy to play 4 of them, then you won't get to retain a whole lot. This is where card draw comes in. Use card draw to get some additional cards in hand. If it's one time and free, the better. So Master of Strategy is really, really good with Runic Pyramid for that reason. I also really like Bag of Preparation with Runic Pyramid because it gives you 2 more cards to hold on to on turn 1. So it's really all about just getting up to a hand of 10 cards, just one time usually, but sometimes more than once. Scrawl is really, really good for that. Meditate does help a little bit. Cut Through Fate helps a little bit. But that's the essence of why draw with Pyramid. Likewise, there's a lot of value in not drawing stinky starter cards, and so removing those so that you don't have to retain them or repeatedly draw them is a top priority with Pyramid as well. Looking like a pretty good potion belt, actually, although I do like the boat thingy a lot. I can't afford boat thingy removal, but I can do potion belt removal. Or toolbox removal. Toolbox is a card on turn 1, a card that I could retain, so it's actually pretty good with Pyramid. But let's start with the removal. I'm going to remove a defend first. Got Orichalcum. Strikes are vaguely useful. And then 243. Will I be able to remove here? I don't think so. Be 100 gold. Well, actually, wait. Oh yeah, it totally will be, actually. Yeah, so we do go this way. We get another removal here. Good. Perfect. Really like Potion Belt for Act 4, especially. Just having 4 resource thing to hold on to. Super duper valuable. Let's upgrade the scroll cost reduction first. Okay, this is one of our major tests, these 3. Really good opening hand here with Eruption, Meditate. This would be a good time to put the attack potion to use. Let's see what we get here. Ragnarok, huh? Alright. Don't mind if I do, actually. So close, and yet so far. will be 36. All right, have fun, nerds. Dead Branch. Whenever we exhaust a card, adds a random card to our hand. Dead Branch is definitely intriguing here. Dead Branch is tantamount to additional card draw. Although it's random cards that aren't in your deck, which can be weird. Tend to think that the more energy you have, the better Dead Branch becomes. Can be a little awkward with the Retain, but it can also be very good with the Retain. If our hand is full, then the newly generated card goes to the discard pile, which might happen a bit here. So for example, if we scrawl until we draw 10 cards, and then a Dead Branch card is generated and goes to the discard pile. Pyramid is often cited as a reason to skip the Dead Branch, but I'm going to show it off here. I think that Pyramid and Dead Branch can work very well together under two circumstances. One, not too many exhausting cards. You want some, but not all. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to run into hand clog really fast. For example, Dead Branch Corruption Runic Pyramid, that's a little bit weird. The Deus Ex Machina is the most heavy exhaust we have here. Otherwise, it's just talk to the hand, lesson learned, scrawl. I mean, usually we're finishing the fight with this too. And that's about it, actually. There's not a lot of exhaust in this deck, other than the Deus Ex, which we have currently in our hands. And yeah, scrawl. And pressure points. And yeah. So something that we have absolutely broken is the scrawl and Deus Ex Machina interaction. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Interesting. Okay, let's go wallop. Empty body. Could meditate, or I could foresight. Let's foresight. We are being attacked again. Take 16. Or... let's Stance Potion and kill it. Anything better that I can do? Heck the Eruption for now. Let's see what the third card is. Just a strike. Not sure I see a way out of taking 16 here. Well, no, that's not true again. Stance Potion stands the time, just wins. Might be okay with that. Trade 16 for an upgrade is basically like resting, right? Well, we're also losing the potion, though. Very difficult. I'll keep my health. Their lesson learned is cute. Definitely okay with a Cutthroat Fate or a Bowling Bash here. Cutthroat Fate really helps with the any sort of clog, because we can just discard stuff off the top of the deck. Let's take that. Dreamcatcher, not today. Don't plan on resting a whole lot. There's a Fear No Evil. That's pretty good. But I think we're just going to remove a card here. One of these unupgraded strikes. Get those stinky starters gone, please. And thank you. Fill up our hand with stuff that retains at its current cost before we get confused. Should make Snecko plus pyramid, not so big a deal here. Bonk. 84 damage, lesson learned, anybody? Another scroll is here. Follow-up's kind of nice with pyramid. And this much card draw in general. Cats says, when do you know to remove strikes instead of defense? Most characters want to remove their strikes, with Watcher being one of the big exceptions, at least initially. The cards that your character can add to your starting deck are so much better than strikes that it's almost always better to get some better damage cards added and then remove the strikes that you have. I'm going to take one more scroll, actually. But only 2. Bites. Well, these bite. Bites with lesson learned are kind of cute. My usual advice is Silent and Defect should remove strikes. Watcher should remove defense. Ironclad's a little flexible in this regard. I also advocate for removing in equal measure, so 1 strike, then 1 defend, then 1 strike, then 1 defend, then 1 strike, then 1 defend is also a pretty good way to approach it. Good luck to me. Good. Just take 1, don't lose the miracle. Don't like that I get debuffed here, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's why I don't like it. However, we did draw a way out of Wrath, so all is well. Unfortunately, I'm frail on this of all days. Apply vulnerable here. I think I'm just motivated to protect empty body. Block potion. There's our lesson learned. Want to meditate the eruption. Attacking again. Now, that is rude. Very rude indeed. See, Sands of Time costs 1, though, so we might just be fine. 4 energy here. Indignation, Sands of Time, lesson learned, right? Beautiful. Nice wheel kick. There's a letter opener. Dealing AoE for every 3 skills we play. Here's another wall up. It's already upgraded. Seems good to me. Yeah. Green is good. Am I going to be able to use this scroll? I doubt it, actually. Let's just not. Get that cut through fate back. Acheron 771. What do you call a cultist who's way too cold? The frozen one. A bonk. $28 exactly. How convenient. Commence the bonking. Next up is bronze tomato. Interesting late appearance of Nirvana. Lock upon scrying. I've got a little bit of scry happening. It's actually not terrible. I think I'd rather take an upgraded Just Lucky here. Looking at the top 2 cards of the deck can really help me with these scrawls in particular. Does deactivate Orichalcum, but does work alongside many of the other things we're doing. Helps me up the pen nib. Turns off Art of War. Retains just nicely, though. I'll take it. And we'll also upgrade our Meditate, letting me get back 2 cards for this fight. That feels kind of important here. We talked in the past about how Bronze, earlier this run, about how Bronze Automaton is all about that turn 6 Hyper Beam. Our plan to deal with it is what exactly? Pen Nib Wallop is a way to block it. That's actually pretty funny. That's what I'm going to do right now is Pen Nib Wallop. For blunking. Let's get Rush Down in play also. Did not find any other mantra yet. That might change. As mentioned, these guys steal the rarest card in the draw pile, so we'd be losing one of these 3. Card is returned to your hand when they're killed. Here, let's use the Sansa Time. And then if we meditate the Sansa Time, it still gets discounted. I'll do that. Okay, now Sansa Time is free. Handclog definitely starting to be a problem here, as you can see. We'll hopefully solve that partially by getting some more energy going into next act, but it's not a guarantee. Hyper Beam is next turn. There's the wall up. Perfect. Perfection. So we got Wallop with Pen Nib, Prostrate, Empty Body. Easy turn. Minus the 12 block, but I can't remove that block without also removing my Pen Nib. I'll take 7. Get him, Stone Calendar. So if I played Sansa Time here, the calendar would kill it. I don't want to do that. It's 58. Yes. GG. How many lesson learns is too many? The answer is 1. 1 is too many. Don't think I want a Conjure Blade here. Shuffling Expunger to the draw pile. We could go for Wish, allowing us to wish for gold or for strength. Strength in particular really helps this deck. Slows us down in combats just a little bit more, but not too bad with Runic Pyramid. I'll take one. Half the benefit here is being able to wish for strength. Strength to increase our damage during fights like the Heart, during fights like our Act 3 boss. Easy Philosopher's Stone. We said we wanted more energy. More energy is happening thanks to this. Does give enemies 1 strength, but we'll have to find ways to counter that. Other option, Tiny House gives us more stuff. A little bit of max health, a little bit of money. A potion. Or Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions. Pretty good with a potion belt, but our base 3 energy per turn is definitely a little bit awkward. Give me that Philo Stone. First boss, Time Eater. Wish for strength will definitely help with the Time Eater. As will these Wallops. A very high impact card, right? Big damage and big block all in one card. Very efficient. Wouldn't take 999 gold, would I? Still want to take a couple events before the shop. We'll do something like, I don't know, this? We go 4 elites? Maybe. I think we're pretty strong. We don't need to visit rest sites. Rest sites are normally upgrades. That can be important in the late game, but not when you're getting random upgrades every single combat. We know where to get upgrades. Whenever card is created during combat, upgrade it. So upgrade, uppercut, and meditate. Empty Fist is okay. Wouldn't say that we need it. Winding Halls. Could take Madnesses, permanently making cards in our hand free. Madnesses can be really nice with Runic Pyramid. I think with the Dead Branch, they're going to be a problem, though. It's just not. Let's say we didn't. However, what I will do is gain an immense amount of money for Regret Curse right here, right now, as we go into this shop. That actually sounds perfect. Thanks to membership card, giving us a 50% discount on all products. What a savings. What a savings. Do I take a legit Master Reality? Tempting. Wouldn't say it's necessarily the best thing, but it is pretty dang fun. Making sure, again, all of our created cards are upgraded. Pretty good. Also, maybe eyeing this Cultist Potion. 1 strength per turn could be a really good thing to bring to the heart. Do I take a Jack of all? No. Not with Runic Pyramid. This would be very good with Dead Branch, Letter Opener, Master Reality normally, but we don't have room in our hand for something like this. How about a meal ticket? Let's just save our money. I guess meat on the bones may be okay. Now, let's just save our money. Don't think I'm going to get used out of meat on the bone. I don't believe it. Simply do not. Bonk. There you are. Don't forget we have a wish. Band marches on. Deerin27, thank you so much for 4 months of support. Show must go on. Already learned the lesson, right? That's right. Third eye's not bad. Wish has been through a few changes. I remember one version where the plated armor was like per turn, and you could scale infinite plated armor. It's kind of interesting. I'll be right back. 1 second. Gotta do something real quick here. All right, sorry, I had to run off. I heard the urgent sound of coffee being made, so I had to go get some. Delicious. I think it's a takeable third eye. I'm not going to bother. We're going to blomp the Reptomancer. And by blump, I mean kill. Possibly on turn 1. The coffee must flow. Oh, right. I can't Sands a time. I guess I could. This is 124 damage. Wow. Well, that's a really big number, hey? Oh, here we go. Swivel. Swivel Santa time. Perfect. Lesson learned or wish, but not both at this exact moment. Do something like a wallop vigilance? That sounds reasonable. Take a little bit to get both. Riling mass a bit difficult. We need to make any considerations for our act boss time meter here? I don't think so. I think we mostly have the tools we need. The Wish Plus is going to be really, really helpful there. This enemy changes their attack intent every time they take unblocked attack damage, which can be good or very bad, depending on exactly what they change their attack intent to. That sands the time back. Perfect set of cards coming up. A bonk. To you too, sir. 20 by 3. Good enough. Of course you would. Reasonable. Reasonable-ish. Perfect. Okay, blocking this could be challenging. Especially if I want to wish somehow, too. It seems unlikely to work. Let's just do this. Get our debuffs gone. Perfect. Judgment would be a pretty hilarious way to end this fight. Not what I'm looking to do, but, you know, funny. So close. Okay, this is our last turn. We have to win now. Perfect. Wish for money, lesson learned. A real Deviform. Actually, I think that's actually very, very good. Manifested during the last fight. We noticed that one problem with the deck is that our hand gets full of stuff that we can't play. But if we have unlimited energy, well, that was our last turn because the Stone Calendar was going to kill the enemy on that turn if we didn't. By the way, Panther Ray, thank you so much for 1,000 bits. You're so welcome for all the entertaining evenings. Thanks for helping fund my entertaining evenings off stream with your support there. Ooh, hello. Let's go. Empty body, defend, meditate, eruption, empty body. Of course you did. Why would you do anything other than that, sir? Alrighty then. Blocking on this turn looks like a nightmare. Unfortunately, the wall-up doesn't do anything meaningful. Since the Nemesis is intangible, they'll only take 1 damage when I hit them. That means I only get one block from Wallop. Might be a time to use the Swift Potion, try to draw 3 more cards. To do something, or I can just empty body Devaform and say, heck, it's gonna have to be good enough. That does make me wish I had taken Meat on the Bone. It's a lot of damage to take. I don't feel happy about that. I'd rather use the potion. Always buy new potions. That's better. That's much better. Take only 5. I accept. Get this in play, get this in play, get this back. What do I need for next turn? Vigilance. You son of a gun. How did I know you were going to do that? Again. On the intangible turn. Again. With my deck that blocks using Wallop. Again. Well, heck. So rude. Two Miracle Pluses, please. Don't want to study plus, thank you. He is on a roll. The angriest nemesis. Ooh. Spicy. And I can play the Devaform at the end of all that for only 1 damage? I'll do it. Alright, we really need to deal some damage soon. Stone Calendar is going to help this turn. Again, you can see the Clog is still a problem. Big like. I'm just impressed with this consistency. 4 45 damage swings on 4 intangible turns. It's pretty impressive. Take a little bit more, too. If I want to kill with less than earned, anyway. This makes a new card, though. Didn't help. Fair enough. Not my favorite fight. If a form upgrade's really good, that lets me hold on to when I'm ready to play it. Still missing another mantra card. Oh, another mantra card. Damaru says gain 1 mantra every turn. Cool. Excuse you all, hello? Bonk. A bonk. Well, I guess I just have a wish to play? Maybe? Should be easy enough to get it into play, so... Well, heck it. I'm done taking damage. Unnecessarily. There's another prostrate. Perfect. Okay, that should be enough divinity stuff. Giant Head should be an easy fight for once. At least that's the hope. Might want to wish for strength here, although it definitely could end up needless. I think it will be. Let's go wish vigilance. Basically already got divinity lined up. Good. Alright, friendo. Have some vulnerable. Good luck to you. Be a fun time to get Conjure Blade, huh? Turn for the Fear No Evil. I don't have to leave Divinity to play it. Play Strike for 162 damage. Anyone? Bonk. This one does 85. That's too much damage. That's just too much damage. Toy Ornithopter healing us when we use a potion. Okay, I'm feeling way better about the health situation now. This is essentially 20 more health. Tranquility Plus could be pretty good. It's essentially 2 energy in a retaining exhaust card. So it makes a new upgraded card. It gives us 2 energy. Good point about Wish in chat. I'll try to bring this up next time I actually play the Wish. Wish is... It shows cards, but you're not actually playing cards. If that makes sense. Exclam map. There's a link for you, Kipinder Lurch. Hello and welcome, by the way. I'm gonna give this a try. That Tranquility. So happy to have a shop. Chemical X is kind of hilarious here. If only we'd collected the collects. Not the greatest shop in the world, that's for sure. Don't take Mayhem here, that's not a good idea. Card removal, yes, good idea. No more unupgraded starters to remove, unfortunately. Basically, the whole deck is upgraded, other than Master Reality and Prostrate. That said, even though the strikes do over 100 damage, I'm kind of happy to remove one. Could bottle an attack. Actually, bottling Talk to the Hand is reasonable here. That way we have that on turn 1 for the Heart Fight. Although, Talk to the Hand is not the majority of our block. Still nice to have on turn 1. Yeah, Mayhem Meditate, Mayhem Conclude. Like with Dead Branch, I could create randomly a Blasphemy and then Mayhem could play that. So that'd be fun. And by fun, I mean we'd die. Paying 143 gold for Bottled Flame seems so bad, though. We have anything that works really well with Akabeko? Just the wall-ups, yeah? Okay, I think we'll just look at the next store. Not going to take any of the things here. Not even the potions. And we'll rematch the Reptomancer. Shouldn't be too bad, right? Smiley face. Is that Tuck to the Hands? Not gonna be able to do another letter opener, am I? I have to... No, I can't. Yeah, I can't. Not without using the Bottled Miracle. Which isn't the worst idea, actually. It's good cards. Alright, heck it, let's do it. Get rid of them. I want to get rid of both of these. I think so. I think we leave the turn here. Love Omniscience. Omniscience means I can Omni Prostrate to go Divine right now if I want to. That makes this wall up a lot better. Could Omni Devaform, but we need an answer to this turn. Which I wouldn't say that we currently have. Left with 3 energy, this will do 39. Actually, not that much on its own. Might be better to Omniscience the Wallop. Tantrum Omni Wallop. Or what if I don't Omniscience at all? Is that a valid option? Ooh, I like this. Let's do it this way. Got a little bit less block for killing the dagger, but then the dagger's gone. And then Empty Body blocks for 10 and kills the front dagger with the letter opener. So we take 0 here. And this means we still get to go Divine on a future turn. this Devaform in play. Prostrate, please. Thank you. Pen Nib Divinity. Let's go. Commence the bonking. Bottled Tornado. We can bottle the Master Reality? I think it's probably a little bit better to bottle the Foresight. This lets us avoid drawing status cards in, say, Spear and Shield. But Bottled Master Reality is definitely tempting. Makes the Deus Ex a lot better. You know what? Let's do it. Bottled Devaform, actually also really good, now that I think about it. Ooh, but what about the Devaform? This card is better the earlier you get it in play. I'm going to bottle it. And we're going to take a Mental Fortress, giving us block per stance change. Both excellent finds here. Well, double wall up is one way to block. Didn't even notice that I had a fan. Unfortunately, Establishment does not work with Runic Pyramid here. You'd want it to, but it don't. Got him. Definitely nice having a ton of energy per turn. Get those last energy upgrades down. A Wave of the Hand plus to apply massive weaken to all enemies. We currently don't have weaken in the deck. Works with the Ornamental Fan, works with our various powers. Already comes with an upgrade. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Have to recall here to go to Act 4. I think we're very, very well equipped for the Boss Gauntlet. Not only do we have an answer to Time Eater here, but I think we've got good answers to Donu Deca and the Awakened one as well. There's a number of powers, but other than the Devaform, I wouldn't say that we're necessarily dependent on playing any of them. Most of the deck's upgraded. We've got a Divinity plan. It's all good. Let's scroll now. Okay, yes to Master Reality, yes to Rushdown. Could go Wall Up Prostrate, that's almost a full block here. Let's do that. Leaves us with 5 cards next turn. Never liked you. A much more dangerous attack to block. Easier said than done, unfortunately. There's Wave of the Hand. We'll put that in play, I suppose. Wave Prostrate Empty Body. Take a little bit here. Got some health to spare. Okay, this is a fight where I don't think I should be wishing for money. Wishing for strength in the time meter fight seems rather important. Let's get these powers played. We picked up the wish for the strength, not for the money. Although the money's been nice, it's not what we're about. There is a wall up in the draw pile. Pretty difficult to land, though. That's about what I thought. Drop a couple of these. I don't need all the defense. Spirit Shield is thankfully a really good block. Have Rushdown, right? So we know this is going to draw Vigilance. That way I get to Pen Nib the Sands a time, too. Bonk. Let the getting destroyed begin. Bonk. The bonk. The bonk. Alright, one boss down. Next one is the Awakened One. So here's a fight where we don't want to play all of our powers, just a couple. I will play the Deviform to give us more and more and more energy every turn. I'm not going to play that Rushdown, for example. Strength, Tranquility, Empty Body. Good. I think I'll play the Foresight, too, as it's going to help me avoid really ugly draws pretty consistently. By discarding stuff I can't bother to retain or play. That's a good hand, though. Increasingly considering Rushdown right now. On this turn, when I've got 2 Calm and 2 Wrath sources, Rushdown looks like it's a lot of card draw. It's okay. Call. I would like these cards back. So we can block the big multi-hit 13x4 thanks to the Big Strong. The Awakened One has been given here. Very Big Strong. I'd like to draw a Wallop. That'd be great. Thank you. I block for 100. What's your move? What's that? You don't have a move. How unfortunate. Alright, I either wish for plated armor or I wish for money here. I think we can just get away with the wish for money. As we are going to pretty quickly reach a point where I have so much energy per turn, it no longer matters You better believe this Conjure Blade's going to be involved. Weakness is also pretty good. Exactly 4 cards. Oh, this is going to be so good. Yes. Beauteous. Alright, I will play the Master Reality because it's going to upgrade the Expunger. Even though it does give the Awakened one more strength. Enter Divinity. Bonk the bird for all the block, and then play Conjure Blade to create a card that says deal 15 damage 15 times. Yeah. Are you the heart? I am. I sure am. Get him. Yes, yes, yes. Just give me... Sorry, Stone Calendar. Perfect cards. Isn't that too much? Maybe. Is there such a thing? Give me the pew-pew. Now, I'll tell you what's too much. Too much is 48 damage 15 times. GG. To thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the Spire, the source? All these beautiful upgrades. You prime your stick and bop that heart for 2305. I have to rest because the entire deck is upgraded, apparently. Good job, me. We have 500 gold with half price. I'll take this, I'll take this, I'll take... I guess the lesson learned out of the deck, because there's nothing to upgrade. Could add a new one, and use the upgraded lesson learned to upgrade the unupgraded lesson learned. Yeah. I also think the Blessing of the Forge is worthless to me, mostly. So let's go Block Potion, Colorless Potion. Remove Lesson Learned. And don't add an unupgraded card. Just for good luck. Come along, Mr. Boot. We wished so that we could buy a boot. I wish I had a footwear. Turn 1 Master Reality is so hype. Establishment Meditate, also hype. Cool. Could be a Block Potion turn? Have Art of War. That's right. Vigilance end turn. Next turn, Indignation. Do the wallop thing. Meditate. Yeah, I think that's a good choice. also use the Tranquility. So I only draw one burn, and the one that I do draw I can turn into a new card. Kind of funny, actually. No card draw here. Upgraded. Master Reality. Double upgrade. Doesn't do anything, unfortunately. Bonk with Blanc. The power. Can't get a kill or anything fancy here. Let's just see what this generates, I guess. Now would be the time to colorless card, actually. Colorless potion. An upgraded Flash of Steel. Draw me a burn, it's secretly a pressure point. Do I do that again? I'm good. At least as long as I'm at full HP here. This turn does sting a bit, though. Nothing the Ornithopter can't restore to us, though. Face this way. Let's go for the shield first here. Oh, I don't have a way out of Wrath, huh? That's fine, just kill it. Just kill it. It's back! The super-powered blade of power. Give it to me. Yes! Yes! Look at that healing. Fruit Juice is 10 health. Blood Vial is 2 health. I think that'll keep us nice and safe for the heart fight here. Give me some healing. Love that we got a Wave of the Hand on turn 1 here. Wave of the Hand, Prostrate, Deviform. Pretty good. Did draw all the miracles on turn 1, which is not necessarily a good thing. At least it means a lot of cards. Have to take a bit of beat to death here. It's also okay. And play this. Don't bother playing this because of Art of War. Alright, here come the debuffs. We have no way to prevent the debuffs, but we have weakened the heart for 5 turns. 7 turns. Oh, I forgot about Orichalcum there. Orichalcum, Wave of the Hand was good. Master Reality is here to give us upgraded stuff out of these miracles. Also means an upgraded contents of the colorless potion, so I think that's our first play. Master Reality, let's see what's in here. Jack of all trades, Trip and Madness. It's a really good time for Madness, actually, as I can make either this Wallop or this Sands of Time permanently free. Let's do that. Cut first. This turn we're going to take some damage. Wallop is free. Cool. We know we have another one next turn. Play these miracles for more cards, but it's not much of a guarantee that I get anything useful, unfortunately. Play at least one. One seems pretty good. 4 strength and 4 dexterity for the rest of this fight. We lose 1 energy per turn, but with the Deviform in play, that's not a problem. Okay, we'll stop there. take a whole bunch. This turn could be bad. Really need to... No, I can't do rushdown right now. Really need to get some block strategy here. This is good. Good. Safety plus is 15 block, even better. Defend on top, okay. Cool with that. Ooh, Omniscience Talk to the Hand, looking really good right now. Let's do that. Give me 6 block per attack I play. Or Divine next turn. We do live this. Should be good from there, truthfully. Get rid of this last miracle, I guess. Perfect. Perfect. Take 3. And now, Devastation. For you. It's a bit overkill, actually. Sands of Time does 186 damage. That's too much. It's too much. It's back. It's perfect. $60 damage 6 times. Yeah. Please return that to my hand. Also that free wallet. Yeah, and block a whole bunch at the same time, too. Pretty absurd. Let's go defend, and then Omniscience Meditate. Getting back the Expunger. And then we expunge this Fell Beast. GG. GG, everybody. The Expungeing. GG. Did you hear about the Watcher who became a plumber? She wields the deadly Explunger. Yeah, what has it been done? This Spire sleeps. And I shall not. I didn't go all the way through a Watcher run just to not play Ironclad afterwards. Heck no. Although that was a really delightful Watcher run. Fully upgraded everything thanks to Lesson learned. Do have to say the Dead Branch was mighty awkward. Definitely messing with our draws at times. Although the upgraded Master Reality really made those random cards pretty effective sometimes. One has to wonder if we maybe would have had a slightly easier time without the Dead Branch. Either way, it was definitely useful. And I'm glad we had it. Amulgal asks, have I ever taken 0 damage on a run? I have never had a 0 damage Ascension 20 run. However, what I have had is a run as the Watcher on a 20 that took damage to Jawworm on floor 1, and that was it. I never took damage again after that. So I've had a run that only took damage once, but never a perfect run. Not quite. Obviously, Jawworm, therefore, the most powerful enemy, even more powerful than the Corrupt Heart. I'm sure that's somewhere on the archives. I don't think I really pointed out. Like, I didn't make a special highlight of it or anything. It was kind of we looked at the run history and I was like, oh, hey, you know, I actually didn't take damage during any of that, but it wasn't something I was deliberately trying to make happen. I have no idea what cards were involved. It could have been something like a Runic Pyramid Star or a Fossilized Helix Star. Those would be the two things that I would guess would go perfectly like that. I could definitely see a good Pandora's Box start being the best way to get a perfect run. Especially if it involves Grand Finale. That's cool. Alright, well, a quick break for me, and then we're going to go again with the Ironclad on Ascension 20. Try to keep the streak going here. Update a few numbers. Then I'll be back in just a few minutes. And we'll go again. Alright. BRB. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Welcome. Here, actually, stand with me, will you? Arise. Look at my chocolate shirt. Greetings, Jews. Spooky. Spooky-ish. Maybe? Very juicy act with Hexaghost at the end of it. That heavily encourages us to just do the smork and hit very hard. As much damage as we can load into the deck, the better. There's also this more reasonable path. 1, 2... Wait, it's only 2 elites? I need 3. Okay, never mind. They can take 100 gold star, do something like this. Curse for random rare relics also an interesting option. A lot of random rares work particularly well for Ironclad. You could remove it pretty quickly, even. The curse, that is. I think I'd rather have the 100 gold, giving me more flexibility with what I purchase at the first shop. This feels like I have to play Bash and defend one time. I think I've learned my lesson about the Jawworm. Can't be too defense-oriented in this fight, as the scaling strength of the worm will quickly bring you to your destruction otherwise. Early disarm, pretty good against the Hexaghost, not so good against our elites this act, but there's no attack cards offered here. So I think I'll just take the enemy strength reduction card that we are offered. After all, that's what the shop is for, to shore us up on attacks and such. You. One of the worst 2 energy cards in the game is Bash. Yeah, but it's a starter card, so it's supposed to be below the curve, so to speak. It's no eruption, though, that's for sure. Get a potion, if not a great one, and I think we should take our first damage card here. Twin Strike. Hits for 5 twice. It's nice because it's targeted. Means it's pretty good against the 3 sentries while still being relevant for strength scaling and such. It's a nice fusion between front load and scaling with strength is Twin Strike, whereas cards like Heavy Blade and Pummel don't do as much damage up front effectively. Very cute. There's a Feel No Pain here, a Limit Break here, Headbutt's good. What about Clockwork Souvenir? Blocking the first debuff we would take each combat by starting us with an artifact is rather interesting. Could pair that with a Flex Potion for the first elite fight. Not sure what we do in the rest, but this would be a good start. Starting bonus was 100 gold, that's right. Other reasonable option is something like card remove, headbutt. Feel No Pain? I don't know about that. Feel No Pain's really nice with disarm, I have to say. But I think I like the Clockwork Souvenir for its debuff prevention, especially paired with the Flex Potion for our first elite. And the idea is now that we can fight, hopefully, 4 elites successfully this act. See if that ends up being true. Whoop. Easy. Plus 6 health. I'm very happy with an Anger here. Could also reasonably consider a Blood for Blood, particularly with Hexaghost as our act boss. becoming cheaper as we take hits, but it's not going to serve me well in a Lagavulin fight, problematically. I like the Anger here for self-duplicating damage, particularly with the potential strength we have from this Flex Potion. Bad Hair, thanks for 2 months of support. You keep watching. I'll keep streaming with a buttery smooth voice. Alright, this will be nice and easy. We use the potion that we paid good money for, and we just clobber this fool. Get him. Dash +5. I need to draw 1 other damage card. Shouldn't be hard. Take 6. Heal for 6. Essentially a free Gremlinob. We get a Tori, reducing unblocked attack damage from 5 to 1. That could be very, very useful against our Act Boss, as well against the 3 sentries. Rupture is a way to gain strength. Or Iron Wave is a way to attack and block at the same time. I guess I don't totally dislike Iron Wave here. As Chunt in chat says, if you want to see the boss discussion from the start of stream today, the Shoveler, then checking my past broadcasts page on Twitch and loading the first video there should get that to you. You're able to view, using the past broadcasts, you're able to view anything from earlier, even in the same stream, right up to about 5 minutes ago. And then if you want a direct link, twitch.tv/BaylorLords/videos is your link there. So, we get to upgrade before this elite fight. Bash is a reasonable upgrade. Anger and Twin Strike are reasonable upgrades, too. So I'm okay with an early Anger. Upgrading the card that duplicates itself can be rather nice. Biggest single damage increase is Twin Strike here. If you want the damage and block, Iron Wave upgrade's pretty good, too. Too early to upgrade Disarm. Go with the Anger. Alright, very happy to put Tori to work here. As long as we block for 5, then their attacks for 10 are only going to do 1. They all rolled exactly, well, not the middle one, but the 2 on the end rolled 40 health. That's pretty good. Can't do 23 in 1 turn, not without a perfect draw. Probably have to take 1 reasonable hit next turn. Or use the Swift Potion. Actually, if I defend 3 times, I only take a little bit here. Do that. Take 1 again. Bonk. This thing putting in work. Crazy good. Go for the 40 health one next. Thankfully, we've managed to draw our defense nice and evenly at a rate of 1 per turn. That definitely didn't have to happen, so we've been lucky so far. Oh, there we go. We finally took a hit. Could use the Swift Potion to mitigate. We've currently prevented 28 damage from Tori. It's crazy. I think I'll just take 10 here. Like, I could use the Swift Potion, but it's not, yeah, guaranteed to do anything for me. Exact lethal. Thanks, Anger upgrade. We get a Vajra, +1 strength is absolutely going to help the damage game. This deck has fairly low base damage, so making all of these attacks do 1 more base is a huge deal here. Another chance at Rupture. Don't think we want 2 Iron Waves, but I'm very easily sold on a Shockwave here. 3 turns of weak and vulnerable to all enemies. Our Act Boss is Hexaghost, someone I'm currently not worried about at all. And we get even more health. The Eternal Feather, healing us when we visit rest sites. We're definitely on track for 2 more elite kills this act. Easily. Easily. We'll block vulnerable from Knob, and they'll be weakened, so this seems mostly fine. Keep that vulnerable going. Could take only 1 by playing Defend here. We probably want to play the Strike, though. I've got a surplus of health anyway. A meager 12 damage? 12! Because we blocked vulnerable and we applied weaken. This is the saddest looking Gremlin Knob I've seen in a while. Pathetic. Simply pathetic, sir. I'll take 1 from your big attack. Easy. Now we have a Toxic Egg, and his skills are upgraded. Come on, Flex Plus. Right now. Dang it. Juggernaut. It's actually not a bad Juggernaut. Juggernaut deals damage whenever we gain block. We've got Iron Wave, 4 defends, and a Toxic Egg, so we're going to see a lot of good block cards. I think I should take it. Yeah, I think I should take this. Other option is the Perfected Strike, which does pretty mediocre damage at the moment. And Distilled Chaos over Dex Potion, yeah. Sounds great. Let's upgrade that Juggernaut. Now I really wish I'd taken the Feel No Pain. We'll take the next one we see. Caw. We're going to block the Frail. Rude. 13, 10. Yeah, like, I just easily, happily take a Shrug Plus, as it also does 7 damage, 11 block, 7 damage. Yeah. Stecco Oil? Not bad, per se. Let's take it over the Swift Potion. It draws 2 more and randomizes the cost of our 2-cost cards. Is that a good thing? Let's pretend it is. Definitely feel like I should take an event right now. We're pretty well set up for the next elite fight and the boss in general. Hey, it's a fight plus. Room full of hypnotizing colored mushrooms. We fight them to gain slightly better than normal combat rewards, a little bit more money, and the odd mushroom relic, which will give us reduced damage taken from vulnerable sources. Hello? Is this the heart of the Snecko Oil? I think so. Feels like the exact draw this was made for. Let's do it. What do you got? Recost Bash is yikes. 2 free strikes is pretty good, though. I can do Shockwave Shrug. Play a bunch of attacks. Kill the one that's buffing. These 2 will buff next turn. Clean. 25 gold, more than a normal fight can normally drop. The Odd Mushroom, making us take 25% more attack damage rather than 50%. And an upgraded Infernal Blade, making a random 0-cost attack into our hand. I actually rather like that. I really wish we had a feel no pain. Give me a feel no pain. You. Do it. I'd like to open with Juggernaut. Guess we're missing out on Shockwave here. Let's disarm you. Alright, I'm fine taking a little bit of damage. Got a surplus of health anyway. Technically the strikes and defends both do 7 damage there. Now the defends are better than the strikes are. Hey, and a Flex Potion. That's an easy way to beat Hexaghost if we want to. Hey, and a Spot Weakness, a way to gain real strength. If the enemy intends to attack us, gain 4 strength. A perfect card against Hexaghost. Pommel Strike's not bad here either, actually. But let's take the Spot. It's got a free upgrade after all. Very good Act 1 overall. Nice amount of health, although Hexaghost's turn 2 is going to be pretty spooky. We just upgrade Disarm, and hopefully everything is fine. Hopefully. I don't feel the need to use the Flex Potion because we have the Spot Weakness. Let's see what turn 2 looks like, though. Okay, Shockwave brings this attack down into Tori range, so we're fine. But without being able to apply Weakness or Disarm, you note that this is more than the Tori can block, so it wouldn't help us here. Thankfully, we drew well. Hello? Caw. Body Slam, okay. A bonk. Let's do this too. Since we're still in range of Tori anyway, it doesn't really matter about the disarm at this exact moment. As you can see. Get the Juggernaut for now. .22 damage strikes are pretty good. Hello? Ow. GG. Limit Break looks pretty juicy. Given that we already have a way to gain strength, that we also have the Flex Potion, so it's better in the short term. Barricade is a little tempting with the Toxic Egg. Certainly we're going to see a lot of upgraded blocks that we want to use alongside this Juggernaut. Or Feed. Deal 10 damage. If fatal, raise your max health by 3. Definitely a good way to scale up the durability of your Ironclad. All of these have potential. I think Limit Break might get in my way more often than not. I mean, it always does something, right? Because I have Vajra. Let's take the Limit Break. Aha! I was wondering if I'd see you. Snecko Eye. This is a mixed bag for Snecko. We've got a couple 0-cost cards, but also several 2-cost cards. Snecko Eye says, draw 2 more cards each turn, but start out confused. Otherwise, we could take more energy here. Fusion Hammer prevents us from upgrading. Not the biggest problem in the world thanks to Toxic Egg. I think the curse key's worse than the fusion hammer. Those curses weigh us down more than the lack of upgrades, for sure. Eternal Feather also speaks slightly against the fusion hammer. We'll probably have to avoid rest sites mostly entirely because we'll gain too much health there. And that's right, the Clockwork Souvenir won't block the debuff from the Snecko Eye. Snecko will also steer future card picks. Would have made Barricade really good. I think I'm going to go with the hammer here. But that's a deeply tempting Snecko Eye. Heal here, fight another elite, and then decision time. From there. Boop, boop. I think elites are currently pretty easy, actually. With 4 energy, we're going to be able to use the Juggernaut really effectively. Birds meet Tori. Tori meet birds. Disarm the one with more health. Gain 1 strength, and hit this one. Take 1 damage, draw a bunch of cards. Oh! Deck wants a real headbutt really badly. For exactly this play, getting Limit Break back on top of the deck. Really good, apparently. Didn't even need to knock the birds out of the air, because we're just doing so much damage. These cards look pretty good. I think of the 3, I'm most inclined to take in a second copy of Shrug Plus, given that we have 4 energy per turn, and a Juggernaut. They're all green. This has been a very fantastic start to the run overall. We've gotten, like, nothing but really good relics so far. Nothing but pretty good cards. Lots and lots and lots of free upgrades. It's been really nice. And it just got a lot nicer. Oh boy. Choices, choices. Oh man. We already have a disarm too. I'm super taking Brimstone. Super taking Brimstone. Yeah, there's no way it's not Brimstone, right? We have a Disarm Plus, we have a Shockwave, we have a Tori. These are all things that really mitigate the scary part of Brimstone, which is multi-attacking enemies, particularly the Heart. Already have solution to the Heart. And we have a Limit Break, so being able to double our strength is great. What this actually does is give us 2 strength per turn, but all enemies gain 1 strength per turn. Not too bad. Flex seems like supreme overkill. No kill like overkill. I want that flex. Very badly, actually. And I also want to remove a starter card, which might be a defend, but should probably be a strike. Also would have liked Trip here. A little redundant with a Shockwave, though. Reason I want that flex is because of the Clockwork Souvenir, because flexing with Artifact just means permanent strength gain. That's juicy. Tempting to distill here. I think we can save it, though. Bonk. This would be overkill. That's too much strength. How about a Warcry Plus, though? Draw 2 and then put 1 back on top. Nice way to save spot weakness. Nice way to save Limit Break. Or otherwise just draw to solutions. A little bit of manipulation is just fine in my book. First event's the Red Mask Gang. Red Mask applying weak to turn 1 on all enemies is great for the Brimstone. Let's fight him. I think we should be able to kill pretty easily here. Juggernaut defend Iron Wave? Okay. Weird flex, but okay. We'll actually block Bear's Bear Hug here. And then flex Limit Break. No bear. Just so much damage output thanks to our free strength from Brimstone. Ooh, Rage is kind of interesting. Whenever you play an attack, gain some block. Nice with the Juggernaut. Unupgraded Pummel Strike, not as good as upgraded Pummel Strike. Dual Wield Plus could make copies of something. Like the Infernal Blade or the... Nah, I think I'll skip, actually. No way to deal with this curse. No thank you. Book of Stabbing with Brimstone. Spooky, but here's Disarm to help. Bring that into Torii range, thank you. Draw me some cards. Anger is certainly a thing. $21, take 1. Maybe should have played the Limit Break over the strike there. All good. Casual 40 damage with our 34 strength. Get Orichalcum for guaranteed block. Dark Embrace gives us card draw if a card is exhausted. I think we do want that. Give me some card draw. Shame I can't upgrade it. Guess we have to recall here because I'm at full HP. Oops. And now, Gremlins. Angry Gremlins that are attacking for 1 damage. How convenient. Get him. Shrug on top sounds good. Let's just go bash. Again. Who dare? Seems, again, fine, actually. Clash? Unacceptable. The chunkiest gremlins ever. 72 damage strikes. Wow. Nice. Here we get some more card draw. The ink bottle gives us a card draw for every 10 cards played. And I'm really liking either Second Wind Plus or Battle Trance Plus to help us draw through the deck. Problem with Battle Trance is it eats our artifact if we play it, but that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, I suppose. I think I'm going to go for the Burning Elite. Red Skull. Even more strength if we're below half HP. Sure. Let's get our blue key in Act 3, I guess. And let's fight these nerds. Regenerating Slavers, not a problem for this deck. Not at all. Might be the time to use the Flex Pot. I think I will. 23 damage, so let's block for 21. Deliberately take a little bit. So I could play Defend in full block, but I want to take 1 for Centennial Puzzle. For reasons. The Body Slam. Okay. Ow. Quebecco's okay. Power Through is interesting. Now that we have a Dark Embrace, a True Grit's really good, because we can start exhausting cards we do not want, while also drawing cards. With Toxic Egg, looking at 20 cards seems really good. Like Seeing Red Plus in particular. If we'd taken the Barricade, Entrench would be good. Could take another Shrug. Could take a Headbutt. We said we wanted one of those, actually. Let's give me a Headbutt. Being able to put Limit Break back on top is exceptionally useful. I'm allowed to take 3 upgraded Apparitions. That's a little spooky. Our max health is pretty useful to us. But the free turns of Intangibility would be a really good opportunity to kill stuff with our Brimstone strength. I think since we have a good block game from Toxic Egg, I'm going to refuse those. Get him, Red Mask. Ah! Not like that. Dang it. Well, that's just rude. Do I just take another one? Yeah. I'll just take 2. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Medical Kit going with Dark Embrace, pretty powerful. Dark Shackles plus, exceedingly good. Shame I can't go Dark Shackles card remove. Still need some strength scaling attacks. This deck doesn't have any heavy blades or pummels or anything. I think I'll take the medkit. Since we already have a Dark Embrace, this lets us play unplayable status cards, making future power throughs worth picking up. Or just giving us protection against certain enemies, like the Spire Spear and Spire Shield. Draw me that anger. Champ shouldn't be much of an issue. All we have to do here is Limit Break a few times and we win. Very easy for us. Please put this on top for now. Oops, that puts him below half. Guess that's fine. be very dead very soon. Come at me. He said moments before dying. Ba-bonk. Smooth like butter. Add a second limit break plus, which I will super duper add to this deck. Since we have a minimum of 3 strength on turn 1, this is a minimum of gain 3 strength. And the more limit breaks get played, double limit break, double headbutt, this is what's going to be really, really fast strength scaling to enable us to kill almost any opponent in just a handful of turns by quickly going to, oh, I don't know, 50 strength? Sounds good to me. Mark of Pain. Wait, I have medical kit? Mark of Pain? Okay. That's an unusual way to make good use of 5 energy per turn, but I do like it. Gain energy at the start of our turn. We add 2 wounds to the draw pile. Those only get played... Well, those only get drawn 1 time. They may draw me a card with Dark Embrace. They also count towards Ink Bottle, so they're technically 1.1 draw if I have Dark Embrace in play. Neat. Don't really like the tiny house here. We get a little bit of max health, a little bit of money, but not much else. Sacred Bark doubles these potions, but I don't think that's quite enough to make it a good pick. So we're going to go with that Mark of Pain. This is such a fast run, only 36 minutes here into our 3rd act. We've got some more elites to bop. Is there anywhere where 999 gold would make sense? No. Okay. Something like this. Currently what I'm envisioning. Get 3 more relics. Don't worry about rest sites because rest sites don't do anything for us. And spend some money at a shop. Is there a 4 elite path that I can take? No. These don't connect. Okay. I agree, this Dark Embrace really wants a bottling. Or something equivalent. Just get rid of this. 40 damage.